Hi, gang! What is up?
This guy.
Honestly, that probably just cut off. How is everyone today? How we doing? What we been up to?
Oh my god. Is that the real wrong Gaycraft? Man, it's so pugger seeing you. A real skibidi moment for real, no cap. It's really alpha chat
On
of you to be
frog.
streaming right now.
On frog. Are you shouting at us? Because I love you. The shouting, the louder I am, the more I love. Isn't that right, Henry?
Oh.
I've been annoying him for the last, 5 minutes while I wait for ads to run. Because he's editing a video, and that means he's in my space,
Yay.
and that means I get to annoy him. That's the rules. Sorry, I love you too. But welcome in everyone. How we doing? Hello Celine, hello Samble, hello Maxine, hello King, hello, was there someone else? Nex, hello Nex. I got everyone. Did I miss anyone? Did I miss anyone? I think I got everyone. I'm doing good today. I think the first episode of the Gaycraft YouTube series is finally finished. I've done the thumbnail. I'm gonna watch through the video one more time to make sure there's nothing else I want to add or change. And then I'm probably gonna upload it either tonight or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow because y'all will have had enough of me after tonight. So I'll leave it till tomorrow, because I don't stream on Fridays, so you'll be inclined to go and watch some Ranger content because you'll be having withdrawals. I'm smart. Plan the content. Plan the content release. Nah, you'll be sick of me. Can we annoy him too? You want to tell him about tyromancy? Do you know what tyromancy is, Henry? Do you want to learn? He wants to learn.
I'm trying to finish this so I can leave.
Why do you have a partner for except to annoy the shit out of them? That's what love is, right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Oh my god, that is... Okay. You has question? Ask your question next. And while I'm waiting for you to answer, I'm going to teleport back to my base. Because I don't want to walk all that way. Oh my god, it's a penis! Guys, look, peanuts. I await question. I beat you. Peanuts. I also realized that I have to continue collecting these because I'm pretty sure there is a challenge to have 64 of each, but honestly I'm worrying about the challenges later anyway. I feel like they don't need to be done immediately. I do like the quest trees and then do the challenges, you know what I mean. You feel me? What the fuck? Why are all these favorited? I think this is from when I was editing, honestly. Yeah, it was from when I was editing. Apparently it carries over to other saves. I didn't know that. But it does! Because what I kept doing is I would bring up, because I was in creative to do the editing, I would bring up the menu to search for an item and I would have my cursor over the top of my inventory. So what it was doing was it would press buttons on the inventory, and if you press A on something in your inventory, it adds it to your favorites. So that's fun. I was getting so annoyed because I would be there like typing away the item and then like, I think R brings up another menu. I'd press R and then it would bring up this menu mid-typing and I'd have to do it all over again. I didn't learn my lesson at all in that process, even though I spent hours in creative doing exactly that. Had a great 2 days. Your sister moved out? Hell yeah! You hung out with your best friend playing VR stroking pussies? Wait, sorry, what? Today's just been a vibe. I'm so happy for you, Maxine. What VR game is that? Asking for a friend. Has made your Jack and Queen cards for Jonkel game? Can I see them next? Can I seize them? Any references you want for the King card? What are the two you've got for the Jack and Queen? Just trying to think what would make a good... Henry. If you had to make a king playing card in like a poker deck for me off.
I've done multiple times.
Okay, yeah, but this is specific. For like me, my Ranger self and my like channel, what would you put on it?
I would put you, and then like a little Ringle like next to you.
You would put me and a Ringle?
You don't have other characters.
That's a good point.
It's just you.
It's a good point. But it's supposed to be a reference.
Yeah.
They're
you
all
and a
mascots.
Ringle.
You should do a Ringle next. Do you think you could draw a Ringle?
They're pretty
Henry, would
complex
you
to
love
draw.
Rhonda if she
Shut
was
up.
a squirm?
Yeah, would you love me if I was a squirm?
A squirm?
Yeah, I don't know what a squirm is, but would
not
you
a
love me
Ringle.
if I was a squirm? Currently have Forg and Ditto. Hell yeah. Like the Snorlax. Wait, are you asking what a Ringle is? Is that the question? Tyromancy. Oh, it's the cheese magic!
Henry, would you love Rhonda if she was a worm?
Would you love me if I was a worm? He's just ignoring me. So Henry. Tyromancy is like, it's like, tea leaf reading, like tea leaf divination, but with cheese. It's based off, like, the flavor, the scent, the texture, patterns with the mold, like veins and stuff.
It's just cheese.
But you can tell the future from the cheese!
It's not.
I am talking
It's
about this
moldy
dude.
loaf of milk.
This is her whole suit and cards.
Yeah?
The moldy loaf of milk is not good.
Moldy loaf of milk. Tell your future. You can put Norlax on them if you want next. Norlac. But Norlac. Big fella. Big chunk. Okay, what we're doing today, I've already made my decision because, previously on Gaycraft, we were doing this. And I've had to find a workaround, which will mean I'll have to do this and then skirt back around to that. But I figured I haven't done any mining, like, at all. Like, at all. Aside from the first resources, and I got a diamond from, I think, a pillager, actually. I did not mine it. I don't have obsidian. Or did I pick up obsidian from somewhere? I must have. And I found a portal. Okay. Okay, but other than that, I haven't really done anything. I haven't got any armor. I got none of that shit. So, I'm gonna be... I yearn for the mines, chat. I'm yearning for the mines. I need to go and mine. Were you arguing with the magic Henry? I mean, hold on, I got an itchy eyeball. Because arguing with him is my favorite pastime. Annoying the piss out of him is my favorite pastime. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, the main symbol is Chonk, so wouldn't you want the king to be like something different, something that's not Chonk? But it's okay, Nex. You're making the cards. You do what you think is best. Since I was a child, I yearned for the mines. We do yearn for the mines, Pillow. You're also yearning for the mines? Hell yeah. Well, that's what we're doing today. I'm gonna sleep first. I don't know whether to just dig down, like staircase down, or whether to try and find a cave system first. I think I might start off with digging down because I feel like that will be easier to find my way back to. My navigation through caves it's not great. So I'm kind of afraid. You yearned for other things? You wanted to be a mortician? Wait, isn't that someone who, like, works with dead bodies? That is a crazy thing to want to do as a kid. There is nothing in that chest. Where did you learn stuff like being a mortician? We gon' dig down. I'm not digging straight down. I'm not that silly goofy. But I will be digging. I'll be staircasing. Where's the blocks chest? I'll take my dirt with me. I'm not gonna take cactus. I'm not gonna take that. I'm not gonna take that. I'm not gonna take bowls. Because we're not finding any mushrooms underground. At least I don't think there are any mushrooms underground. Is there an underground mushroom biome? Sent the first two face. I look. I must see. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I love them. They're so fucking cute. The frog on top of Snorlax's head. Oh, what? Do you have any ideas for the last one, or is that why you're asking me because you aren't sure? Because honestly, so far you're killing it. I mean, you could make a Snorlax Ringle. Do you think you could do that? You can simplify the design if you need to. Like, it doesn't have to be as, like, on a small scale, but it can be like a Snorlax colored Ringle or something.
Can you scream in the mic?
Blunder, for everyone else's sake, I'm not gonna scream into the mic. Because some other people might not want to be woken out of their sleepiness, you know? Of autism and dislike interacting with the general public, that makes sense. Work at a mortuary or morgue, adults were less than pleased with your opinion? No, I think, you know what? I think if you don't like working with people, then that's a great job to have.
Maybe Henry's getting sleepy. You should shout at him.
Nah, he's not getting sleepy. He's wide awake, editing away. Here, let me help you. I'm scared. I have fear.
Not so fun fact, morgues prefer to hire women for the exact reason you think.
Yeah. Yeah. Purposely stay up to 3 AM if you wanted to message them. They got mad a lot. Damn, why are they getting mad at you? That's no fun. That's no fun. I definitely don't need the seeds, but I'm gonna keep everything else with me, just in case. Just in case. Except the... Hold on, why... Put that away. I don't need to be taking that. And then I eat meat! No! I threw my meat in the bin! I didn't mean to. Okay, wait, I need a shovel. Do I have iron to make a shovel? I don't think I have really any iron at all. To be so honest.
I was gonna suggest putting the bin behind a trapdoor. Whoops.
No, I'll just try and be a little bit more conscious from now on to not fucking do that. I mean, I don't usually eat in my house very much. It's usually out and about, so I think it should be all good. There's not many other things that you, like, right-click. I'm scared. Mad accident, where's my wood? I don't want to... Actually, no. I'll just use the logs. Why would I need the logs? Can you make trapdoors again? Are they 6? That... We don't need all that. There we go. Now it's a decorative bin. Wow, what a pretty bin. Okay, and then I'm gonna make a shovel. I'm gonna make a shovel. There we go. There we go. Okay. Meant to be kinda need- wait, you're on 3 hours sleep? I kinda need it. You Candice need it? Candy's nuts fit in your mouth? Bow, 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 bow. Sorry, I was trying to make that- what the fuck are those things called? Vuvuzelas or some shit? That, like, the horn noise. You know what I'm talking about. Any memer knows what I'm talking about. Abusing my own meat every fucking day, Makala. Every day. Stayed up till 3 AM. I still woke up at 7 AM. How did you survive? Dark times? Tell me a bedtime story. Okay. So once upon a time, a little orange cat named Ranger decided to go on an adventure to find resources to build with, to craft and build with. So she dug down into a hole, staircasing, not digging straight down because she was smart and knew that if she dug straight down, she would land in a lava pit. I haven't gotten to the rest of the story yet. You'll have to wait until until events happen, and then I'll tell the rest of the story. Hello, Akaza, how you doing? Thank you for the follow, Godspeed King. Welcome in, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Accidentally puts netherite sword in the bin. Yeah, that's why I decided that maybe putting trapdoors around it was a good call. Because knowing my luck, I will end up putting something, like, important in there. And that would make me very sad. Your nuts will always be welcome in your mouth. My nuts will always be- I love words. I'm happy to know. Henry, I can put my nuts in Makala's mouth. Are you jealous? Would you like to put your nuts in Makala's mouth too? Carter, quit your 100 gift sub badge because you have no active gifts. I fucking hate that. That was the worst thing they could have possibly fucking done. Oh yeah, you don't get your gift sub badge unless you've actively gifted subs and they're still active. Hello, I hope you're doing well today.
1. Twitch not letting me watch at low resolution, and 2. On Tuesday I was awake from 7 AM the previous day to 8 AM, went to sleep and woke up at 11 PM, then didn't sleep again until 2 AM on Wednesday.
Are you good, Akaza? I thought you said a couple of streams ago that you were trying to fix your sleeping pattern.
Henry is jealous cause he wants your nuts in his mouth.
Oh, you're right. Henry, do you want my nuts in your mouth? Is that what the problem is? He's so mad at me. Do I not have any? I don't have any torches. Just 0. No torches.
No torches?
No torches. Megamind meme. No torches? So the next part of the story is that the silly Ranger finds out that she doesn't have any torches and is building into the darkness,
Who nuts in
which
his
is not
mouth
healthy.
like the what?
Who nuts in whose mouth? Me nutting in my fiance's mouth. If he was nice enough, I might consider it. Orange cat fell out of the tree and found out cats don't always fall on their feet. Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't fall on my feet. I'm clumsy as shit. It's one of the story with a tragic ending. Maxine's got you covered. It wasn't, but then shit happened and now your sleep schedule's fucked. Hey, sometimes it fucking be like that. I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule the last few days because I was sick of going to sleep at 7 o'clock in the morning. That was absolutely not the vibe. Because sleeping when it's daylight outside is not exactly pleasant, I will say. It makes it incredibly difficult. No idea if I'm still alive after sleep. Yeah, no, I would pass away if I tried to do that for any length of time, really. That is not enough sleep for the human brain. Yeah, I think I need to go put my nuts in Henry's mouth. BRB. He's just ignoring me. Chat, Henry's ignoring me. It's up till 3 or 4 this morning because the aircon broke. Yeah, sleeping in the heat? I think that's when I find my sleeping pattern tends to be at its worst, is when it's really hot. Because I can't sleep if I am even slightly too warm. So I just am like, nah. Body's like, nah, we're awake now. We're gonna be awake for a while. But I'm sorry to hear about that, Makala. That's fucking shit. Are you able to get someone to come and fix it in, like, soon? Come fix it in. You know what I mean. I hate words. Get blackout curtains. We are in a rental, and I don't know how well the owner of the house would take it if we ripped out the current curtains and put our own in. I don't think that would play out very well.
Fun fact, did you know that the average speed of ejaculation is around 28 miles per hour, making it illegal in all American school zones?
I don't think that's the only reason that ejaculation in school zones is illegal. But, fun fact! Definitely a fun fact. I'm gonna hopefully go play Warframe. Let's go, Akaza! Hell yeah. What do you mean? That was clearly enough sleep for a human being? Cum. What was the cum about, Maxine? You can swap them. I think with the kind of curtains that we've got, I don't know, I can't remember what they're called. They have a specific name. But
cloth curtains and
yeah,
the blinds that we have.
Yeah, the type of blinds that we have, you can't replace it with cloth curtains. Because it's on like it's on a runner. It's the curtains that drop down and they're like long rectangles, and you like spin the stick that's attached to them to open and close them, and you can push them over with the stick as well. I can't remember what they're called. Blinds. There's different kinds of blinds though. Like there's Venetian blinds and there's whatever the fuck these are, because these aren't Venetians. I just can't remember what they're called. Yeah, they fucking suck because the sunlight goes straight through them, and if they have something even slightly touching them, they like move. There'll be like a crack in between them. And then the sun just beams you straight in the face. If they can have a look soon, it's a weird brand, it makes it hard. Oh, is it like an older brand? Older, obscure aircon brand? It's like with our dishwasher. Our dishwasher's been broken for the last month, which is not good for 2 people with ADHD and one that has autism and doesn't like hand washing dishes. Because, ew, yucky wet food. So yeah, I get you. And they got a guy out and he was like, this is old. They might as well just replace it. That was a month ago that he said that, and he was like, oh, I'll send a quote to the landlord or whatever. And we've been like messaging, like emailing the real estate being like, hey, motherfucker, sorry, it's been a month. We are paying rent for a house with a working dishwasher. Fucking sort it out. And they were like, oh, it's on back order. So, and I was like, brother. Other things are just called blinds. Okay. The cats deem those to be the enemy. Yeah, no, that's what Squirrel does. She'll like run through the blinds and it just makes a bunch of noise. It's fucking annoying. Rental with blinds, but your blinds are also kind of broken. Yeah, landlords seem to not give much of a shit about broken blinds specifically. The amount of rentals that I've seen where the blinds are garbage because like some of them have fallen out, or they're just that you can't open them properly or close them. And it's like, this is pretty important. Like, you know, block sun out of the house. Like, and it gets fucking hot as balls. So blocking the sun out of the window is pretty fucking important. Fix them. Tubbington's clean today! Hello, Gum. How you doing? I hope you're doing good today. We got some manganese. Manganese nuts! Sorry. Good clean boy. He must have cleaned himself while we were offline. He gave himself a bath. He's such an independent king. There we go. This old school, more like a specialty brand. Why do... I don't understand. That's something that I don't understand about, like, landlords or homeowners in general. Why would you put in, like, a specialty brand that it is impossible to get parts for or to find someone who knows how to fix it? Like, that to me just sounds fucking dumb. That sounds like a brain skill issue. Hello, Tiny. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing good. Technically aluminum blinds? Aluminum? Am I American? Aluminium? Saying aluminum like that is funny, okay? Aluminium blinds? Where is the aluminium in them? Because it's not in the bit that hangs down, I can tell you that much.
Peebnits.
Peebnits! Hello, Gengi. How you doing today? I hope you're doing good. Inconvenience for the renter, literally. That's all it's good for. Let's Did you all fucking hear that? Was that a Minecraft noise? It sounded like a plane. Hated that. Anyway. Moving on. I don't like Minecraft cave noises.
Walking arms against so sauce rice.
Sable, are you okay? American? Yeah, I'm American now. You got me. Somsig. Love me some Somsig. Fuck. I missed anything? I say hello to Tani. I think I said hello to you, Tani. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing good. You are good? Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I'm on some shit today. Oh, I forgot to take my meds. I'll be right back.
Chat, I'm trying to edit and it's not going well. I'm trying to edit this new subtitle format and it's just not agreeing with me in any way, shape or form. Subtitles, please. Just work. Just work, guys. Oh, frick.
Hey! What are you doing? I'm medicated. And back. Meds, not blinds. What? How can you be on shit and forget to take your blinds? Yeah, you're right. I forgot to take my blinds. Your dinner, somsig and saucy rice? Is that what it is? Family got lucky and have a mortgage. Unluckily, this place was owned by a house flipper. I thought house flippers were supposed to be good. Like, they fixed up the house, not made it worse. Had to replace the original one because it was so old it didn't... Oh, okay, and the landlord refused to replace it. Isn't that illegal? Isn't it illegal for a landlord to refuse to replace an appliance in a rental? 6 years. That's disgusting. Wagyu sausage with soy sauce rice. That does sound good. Call me an ass out. Call my ass out for being American. Tile flooring isn't flush with... Oh no. Latex caulk and not grout. Installed his own wiring. Oh no. Oh no. So it was a house flipper that didn't know what they were doing, basically. and that was trying to do jobs that they didn't know how to do. Because I think good house flippers usually contract people to do the stuff that they are not themselves a professional in. He said a slur. He better fucking not have, or I will beat him up. Threw my house keys onto the roof? Now, why did you do that? Now, why'd you go ahead and do that? How does one accidentally throw a set of keys that high? Some bullshit because it's a granny flat attached to the main house. Oh.
Chat, if you were wearing boxers for sexy time, what pattern would you have? This will be relevant.
This will be relevant. What pattern would I have? Am I included in chat? Like, when y'all say chat, can I respond as well? Is that allowed? I'm just gonna sleep. I'm not- Fuck off! Okay, I guess... What the fuck are you doing in my home? Okay, nope, scared. There's a baby zombie. It's Jova. I'm leading them in! It's okay, they have to come like single file. They can't surround me. This was the best this is the best thing I could have done. Ah! Where the fuck did you- They fucked and produced an infant!
Chat, I have a bone to pick with smoke alarms and smart devices in general. Why the fuck is it purely battery powered? Having batteries as a backup is good, but batteries entirely gonna make me burn something. It pisses me off to a somewhat unreasonable degree.
Real, because then you gotta replace the batteries, and they scream at you when they need to be replaced. I'm queen, chat? Okay, let me think about this. Boxes for sexy time. I'd have something... I want to say I would have something funny on them, but I probably wouldn't. I would be the kind of person that would, like, there wouldn't be a pattern on them. Because I'd be like, I want to look sleek and sexy. So they'd be, like, black or something. Like a dark color. Something that makes my cheeks look really good. What about 2 peach emojis on the butt cheeks? Yeah, no. Like, all black with 2 peach emojis on the butt cheeks. 1 on each butt cheek, obviously. That's my answer. Brain shat itself and I forgot how to walk. You shouldn't do that, Gengar. You should... Being able to walk is pretty important. On the floor we chillin', as long as you're comfy and not hurt. Having a problem with our thermostat, he made sure that someone came out to fix it the next day because he wanted them- Aw, that's lovely. The literally only W landlord I've ever heard about. Actually, ours is, aside from the whole dishwasher issue, ours is pretty good because we weren't supposed to be allowed to have pets in this place, but he ended up okaying it anyway. At least I think they're a he. I actually don't know. We've never had a direct contact with our landlord. It's always through the real estate. But we don't contact our landlord when we need to get stuff fixed. It goes through the real estate, which I don't know whether that makes a difference or not. I don't know if that's better than renting privately. Why is this person- no, they were banned. Okay. Why is the message not deleted, though? Or is it deleted, it's just not showing up? Okay. Rightio. It is, it's not on my screen. It's still there. Polka dots. They have to be boxes. Oh, we live on a, hold on. I have 3 different vent openings that we can't find because the guy put baseboards over them. Why would you, what's the point of having the fucking vents then? I live on a 2-story, you threw your keys up for your dad and you didn't throw them high enough. No, have you got a ladder to get them down? Polka dots, does it have to be boxes? Real question. For the purpose of this mission, yes, okay. Some sarcastic shit with a banana and eggplant, that's a good answer. Wouldn't wear boxes because they're uncomfortable. Unpatterned monotone boxer briefs. Fair enough, fair enough. Stripes then, any color. Stripey. Just witness the miracle of childbirth! I love Rangish streams! Someone screenshot that and put that in the outer context right now. Because that is perfect. Infant detected. Disintegrate. Box of Briefs 10 out of 10 comfy. Ringle Norlax! I'm gonna look at the Ringle Norlax. Imagine playing a game. Oh, I love him! He's adorable! Look at his silly little face! Next, I love him. He's so cute. No ass visible in this one, but I will note for further missions. Okay, Hoggies. Henry. Bless you. But also, shut up. I love you. Elephant face and you slip your dick in the trunk? That's a fantastic idea. That's great. Why does chat keeps moving even though I'm scrolled up? Boast 2 or even 5-year battery life? Yeah, exactly. You have to replace them at the end of the fucking day. Exactly. Assuming the landlord's pronouns, yeah, I know, cancel me on x.com. X.com. Cancel me on x.com. Two-story house, I think I read that one. It do be gone. Poggies. Poggies. Your brother climbed up and got them? Fuck yeah, you got your shit back. It also installed a second intake vent. Isn't connected to the ventilation of the house. Just a chunk of metal attached to the drywall. How smart. How smart. Be wearing nothing. I'm not into clothes. I'm into naked people. Bless the hems. You've been blessed by chat. The Raga suit is done. Just the partners remaining. Henry, what do you want on your cards? It has to be Zelda related. Or related to the Triforce. He's just like, yeah. Triforce. Well, that's the suit, but like, what do you want on your face cards? I'm scared. Ripped the weather stripping out of the house and didn't replace it. Replace with, oh, Jesus. So that house gets cold.
Shiny unknown.
Shiny unknown. What does that have to do with the Triforce? I think what Nex is trying to do is that the face cards are like related to the suit. So mine's a Snorlax suit. So all the face cards are like Snorlax, but like different references of Snorlax. Like there's a Ditto Snorlax, there's an On-Frog Snorlax. You get, are you picking up what I'm putting down? Chad, I don't know if he's picking up what I'm putting down. Watching the stream in the shower again? Damn, I'm just a shower streamer now. I bet that's a thing on other websites. Shower streams.
Sure, I don't know.
I don't know!
It's a pretty big plane.
Shower stream when? Oh shit. Wait, there we go. Zelda cards would go hard, you're right. Actually, Henry's got a set of, like, Zelda playing cards.
Zelda cards from Japan.
From, like, the official Nintendo store when we went to Japan. They were, like, 20 bucks or some shit. Moving to only shower content. It's just a stream where we all just have shower thoughts. You know those thoughts that you have in the shower, philosophical conversations you have with yourself? That. Knee-high socks with cat ears on them? Oh my god, where? Please share them. I need them. Do you think that would fit my thick-ass thighs, though?
Shower thoughts.
Shower thoughts.
When it's poo-poo time, it's always pee-pee time. But when it's pee-pee time, why is it not always poo-poo time?
Well, sometimes for me it is. Sometimes for me, my buddy just decided also poo-poo time when it's pee-pee time. But you do pose a good question. Never, they're mine, but where did you get them from? It's true, but I want to shower, plus Mondays and Thursdays you have martial arts, so you don't get home till late. Ah, you're sweaty and gross, so you need to have shower. That's good, that's good. Shower. Must shower. Must get cleansed. I mean, my like, based shower time, honestly, because my schedule that I used to follow for, like, showering was I would go for a shower at 8. That was when I was still in school, though, and had, like, an actual schedule. Like, I would always shower at, like, 8 PM. Ugh, I've run out of space. I gotta go utilize my bin. One past landlord, semi-chill when death threats were spray painted on the house? Did you know who did it? Did you call the police? No insulation in the basement walls. You just put fake wood paneling up without any drywall. Damn, that doesn't sound very structurally sound. Basement has a big lump under the carpet. That's shit ass. On frog. Okay. We open. We bin. Wait, do I need this? I don't think so. I hope not. I'll probably find more of it anyway. But I don't think I need it. I don't remember seeing anything that would require this particular block. All poo-poo times are pee-pee times, but not all pee-pee times are poo-poo times. Yes. That's what Hemorrhoid said. Universal law number 3. Specifically number 3. What the fuck was that? Squirrel, what are you doing? I know you're souvenir from Japan now. Always grab a pack of playing cards when you travel. So does Henry. If Henry sees playing cards, he's buying them. Okay, I do need the diorite, but I'll get rid of a stack of cobble. Then we go shower at 8 to 9 PM. Base time. Based shower time. This is a stalker you talked about a few times. I hope that you, like, that he got in trouble or you got a restraining order or something, because that's scary. Get a Snorlax and a Mimikyu outfit. That would be so cute. The online shop wasn't exact with the sizes and had a limit. No! That's so sad. It's an outfit that barely covers his chest. That's so sad. Installed a second bathroom for the house in the basement. I mean, basement bathrooms are a pretty good idea, aren't they? Forgot how the furnace was- oh. He fixed it by sawing a hole in the wall. How was that house, like, able to be put on the market? Genuinely. Like, with that many issues, it shouldn't have even been allowed on the market. You have playing cards for a gift for him as a gift? Sable and Zeph have playing cards for you, Royd.
What?
You all coming over on the weekend, or are we coming over there? We're seeing each other on the weekend, right?
Did I tell them that I got Bad Dragon playing cards for Christmas as well? Just like your Discord.
Wait, you did?
I showed you them.
From who? Oh, yeah, you did. You haven't actually taken them out of the packet and, like, actually showed me, though. Yeah, one of his friends got him Bad Dragon playing cards. Apparently they were they were a hit this Christmas just gone. Hems and I the same person? I mean, he doesn't seem to be typing in my chat, so I don't think you're the same person. I need to see this. You'll have to ask Hemorrhoid very, very nicely to post some pictures in the adult chat of Bad Dragon cards. Would you do that for us, Hemorrhoid?
Think about
5 to 6 PM, because that's when you get home from work. Yeah, after work showers are important. Especially if you have a job that makes you, like, really sweaty, or, like, I used to work at Macca's and come home feeling absolutely disgusting and couldn't function unless I came home and had a shower immediately. Because I felt disgusting.
What song is this? Sounds familiar.
This is called, I think it's House of Gold by 21 Pilots. Yes. But yeah, I'd come home from Macca's smelling like a deep fryer and feeling really oily, so I would always have to go for a shower. After work shower is big important. I feel like I've heard Henry owning Bad Dragons cards before. He might have mentioned it in the Discord, maybe. Per gaps. 2008, just following the housing market. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. I'm shocked that I haven't run into a cave system yet. Or even heard one. I haven't heard any, like, monster spawns or anything. What's that? Oh. Hold on. We need layering. What is that? That shit look like diamond. I don't think it is, but it looked like it is. Why 8? What am I at now? 13. It's a diamond There's diamond geodes! Okay, well that's where I'm going then. I'll get down to level 8 first and then just dig in that general direction. Okay, one more down. One more! Fuck yeah, diamond geode! Me 2 hours after my shift still, so you can pick your- Oh, that's fair, that's fair. You got other responsibilities before you get to go home, which does suck. But, yeah. Gyats to do what you gyats to do. I think I need an entire stack of andesite. That's deep slate. I pressed the wrong button. Yeah. Diorite, andesite, calcite, and tuff. So get rid of that so we can pick up the andesite. Give me that. Yeah, jokes, I'm unfollowing! I say it all the time, Gum. Like, literally all the time. You're only just now unfollowing because of it? That's crazy. Out of the fridge and freezer makes you sweat a lot. You've lost a ton of weight because of it, really? Does, like, changing temperature that frequently do that? I didn't know it had that effect. Does gyat even mean? It's like a Gen Alpha word for us. It's either Gen Alpha or Gen Z. I think it's like really young Gen Z that came up with it, actually. But I think it's funny. I just say I gyats to get this. I gyats to have it. He's a really big boy. A big boy. Well, I'm happy that you lost the weight. Now you chillin', right? Ass. Yeah, Maxine said it. Means ass, basically. But I don't use it that way. I use it as like I gyats to have this. I've gyats to get it. Non-freedom conversions! Only if you're comfortable, Pillow. You absolutely do not need to put your weight in chat if that's not something you're comfortable with.
Pro
That
life
is
tip,
okay.
if someone ever says you're too short, then tell them to put some inches in you/J.
That's a good response. That's a good response. Sable, are you taking notes? I don't think anyone's ever called me short. Henry, can you call me short?
Sure.
Put some inches in me then.
Okay.
Oh, okay!
BRB screen.
BRB.
BRB screen mic on.
You're a BRB screen mic on? That's crazy. That's crazy. I gotta put some shit away. Inventory. Wait, I have a fucking backpack! I forgot about- oh my god. Wait, there's stuff in it. I forgot. Let's put some shit, Need to keep my andesite safe. My coinage. Put that in there. Manganese. Yeah, no, we good. Guess we go down and then we go back up again. You've got extra inches elsewhere to make up for it? I unfortunately do not have extra inches elsewhere to make up for it. Unless you count boobs.
You are not sure.
Do boobs count as inches? Yeah, see, Henry said I'm not short. I am... Because if he calls me short, then that means he's calling himself short because he's only like an inch taller than me.
No, like...
No.
Women are usually shorter, and
Yeah. He thinks I'm tall for a woman. You were tripping hazard a low-level y-axis. Damn. Only people that call me short, I wouldn't ever want their inches in me. That's unfortunate. As a Canadian, I was forced to use imperial for heights and weights. 104 pounds, I know what that is in metric. You weigh less than I do. That's for fucking sure. I don't know my exact weight in pounds, but I know it's more than that. I haven't got to 64 yet. I need a whole stack.
I just sneezed and pulled a muscle in my back. Ow.
No! Beat up the sneeze. How rude of it. Oh, I got way more than a stack. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Do I need a stack of granite as well? I don't think so. Unless it's for something else. Bottom to top, place a cave block at the very top of the world. That is gonna have to fucking wait. Actually, that's what I can use all my cobblestone for. Oh, fuck. I wasn't meant to press E. E! What is this level on? This one on? Is that like a redstone geode or some shit? I've got a goal there as well. Just in case. Oh, hell yeah. Oh my god, look at that XP. Yum! Yo. Deep slate! Is that advancement? I'm here! I found the deep slate! I did! I found it! 5'9", so not very tall. You're taller than I am. I'm 5'6". I'm like, dead in the middle. Shelf restricted! 104 at 5'7", you consider- yeah, I was thinking that that is like, very small. How tall is the Rega? 5'6". Or 166 centimeters? I think. Something like that. 166, 167. 400 pounds, 181 kilograms. You're close to half that? That's fucking impressive, Pillow. That is impressive. Like, losing half of your body weight is fucking hard. I struggle to lose a small portion of my body weight. So half is phenomenal. Centimeter deficient! 7 cards remaining. You say night-night. Good night, Nex. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. You're doing amazing. I love the cards so much. Used Imperial in school to piss off your teachers? Wild. Shelf restricted. Was big, yeah. Me and Rengo same height, hell yeah. 5'6" unite. Show my exact height down. We all in that range, aren't we? I'm officially short. Mario Kart Obstacle Pocket Edition! Hell yeah! Let's fucking go! Got to Deep Slate. Oh, and it gives me an iron pickaxe. Hell yeah. Love to see it. Ooh, and then I've got that one. It skipped one. That's okay, I don't mind, give me that. Give me the... And then we're 50% done with that. And I'll make sure to keep it to make the special blockies. Rest, how tall is Henry? He is 5'7". He thinks 5'8".
I'm 172.
170, he's 172 centimeters. So I don't know if that gets into the 5'8" region or not. 5'7" definitely. Let's get rid of that extra die, right? Shall we? I didn't mean to take that much. Oopsie. You accept this? We can't control our height at the end of the day. Like, nothing we can do about it. Actually, I should leave that there. And just break these. These are the important things. Because then they regrow, right? That's the point of geodes. That is not... that... It's okay, I got this. Am I gonna need all this redstone? Who the fuck knows? I'm really hoping that there's not too many quests to do with redstone, because I'm fucking trash when it comes to redstone. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I feel like Maxine's like the tallest person here. She's dunking on all of us. You know, 6 foot COVID. You were 64 kilos at 6 foot? 5'10", I lord over all of you. Not Maxine, you don't, CM. Also, welcome, man. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Why am I getting botted so much today? Hello? Leave! Get the fuck out! Tall mummy slash J. No, tall mummy. We're sticking with that. We all lord over Sable. Only red stuff is a skill tree, it's barely anything. Okay, bet. Bet. As long as I don't need to make anything fucking elaborate. Tall women are attractive. Very much so. I'm just getting called short by Blunder this entire time. An ankle biter? Bro. I will bite your ankles. I'll rip out your Achilles heel. Women are attractive. Real. Wrong, Maxine. Incorrect buzzer noise.
A Russian lady called me doll yesterday and my mommy issues screamed at me. I forgot how to talk after.
Oh, that's so cute. Condensed. My chibi is condensed. Wait till I get my full model, y'all. It's gonna be Jova. It's gonna be Jova for everyone. Everyone else on this platform, Jova. Budget built. There was only a small budget for my atoms. I'm gonna get so many diamonds from this geode. I forgot that geodes were a thing. But I now remember, like, the few times that I've found one and, like, got absolute fucking stonks from it. Hell yeah. Why is there just one budding diamond, like, just chilling out here? What is you doing? The geode's all the way up here. Girl, you good? Yeah, look at all this. I'm gonna be rich beyond belief. If only I could be that IRL. Actually, I don't even want to be rich. I just want enough money so that I never have to worry about money again. That's all I care about. This isn't even my final form. Exactly.
Lets me download 3D models and poses by people and put them inside the fucking canvas and literally move the 3D model however you want and then draw over it, and my life will now be consumed by drawing.
That's fucking awesome. Clip Studio Paint W. The more I hear about Clip Studio Paint, the more I'm like, why is every artist in existence not using this? But then I realize that it's you have to pay for it, and that's probably why. I think I got the free trial at some point, but I was scared of the UI. I like took one look at it and I was like, there's so much happening here. And they paid like $25. $25 is really good. That's about what I paid for Ace Sprite, I think. Dipping for a bit to get the sis and Uber home. That's all good, Makala. Be safe. Does your new model have Of course it has armpits.
Great.
But yes, it does have animations. Really need to get back into drawing? You should, and show some of your work pillow if you're comfortable with it. Friend is almost exactly an inch short. You bully him for being short, and he's 4 days younger than you. Damn, he's catching all the L's. Sent a pic? Fuck yeah. Oh my god. That's so fucking cool. That is such a cool feature, being able to do that. Damn, look at some of those poses. Oh, falling over? Yeah, falling over. Falling over to... And that dick slips into me, sorry. That's what the pose looks like, and it's called falling over. Why is it called falling? Need enough money so you order food in the restaurant without looking at the price? Exactly, Blunder. See, Blunder gets me. That's what I mean. I don't ever want to have to look at a price tag. I want to have that amount of money. Like, buying clothes, never want to have to look at the price tag. Tripping over my own dick? Yeah, it's just that big. It is just that massive. I thought that was diamond. I was like, more? Well, but wait, there's more? How do I get the ones on the ceiling? Cliff Studio Paint doesn't... Oh, okay. Okay. So they're just getting around it. They're gonna give it
the body
interesting
shape,
names.
Type 2, which is insane.
You can change the body type as well? That's so fucking cool. Technology's come so fucking far. Like, we have art apps that you can put 3D models in to help you with your drawing. How cool is that? With different body types. Rager's dick bigger than the Eiffel Tower? It damn fucking sure is. Behave! No! This is my platform! I will do what I will with it, and if it's making huge dick jokes, then so be it. It's worth $50. Damn! Private island house, you desire solitude? A private island house would be really cool. Eiffel Tower doesn't have... But the Eiffel Tower doesn't have a penis. I have got big dick energy. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. It'd be so funny if Lima came in right now and like did their little copy pasta about my dick being massive. It would be so perfectly timed. Why did I bring these with me? I've got another backpack. There we go. There we go. Okay. Gotta be able to pick up on my diamonds. Give. Compared to what you pay for... Oh, yeah. No, Henry's got the... actually, a few weeks ago, because Henry gets the Adobe subscription cheaper because he's a student that uses Adobe. And because he hasn't gone back to studying yet since, you know, my life went to shit for like the third fucking time. Anyway, won't get into that. He got a bill for $100 the other day, and we were both like, what the fuck? But luckily he contacted Adobe and was like, hey, I'm technically still a student. I'm still enrolled. I'm supposed to have like the discounted version. So we got the money back, thank God. Because it was a lot of money. Fucking $100 just casually.
22.
Verse 22, yeah.
It's funny because 99% of the content in the CSP asset place is Japanese, and it auto-translates. And sometimes the description will be place kissing automation on leg, intimate healthy pose.
Intimate healthy pose! Man, I love my intimate healthy poses. What copy pasta? There's someone that comes into my chat and does this copy pasta that's like, your dick is so huge. It's like, it's really long, I can't remember all of it. But it's like, your dick is so massive. It's the biggest dick I've ever seen. It's like a tree with branches. I don't know, but it's funny. As soon as your drawing talent went away, you started using your powers to shitpost. You gotta use that. You gotta use your artistry somewhere, and if it's shitposting, it's shitposting. So you get a tweet of underneath the Eiffel Tower, and someone replied, "The only skirt it's acceptable to look under." So that's a tower. Someone's got some feelings for the Eiffel Tower. Where Gangster tried to hump the Tokyo Tower, and the tower lit up. What? I wish I could fix that issue with the TTS where it doesn't say %. But I genuinely can't figure out, like, what would... Where you would even start. Like, why is it the % symbol? I think he says other symbols. It's just %. That bro's like, actually no. What do I have to do for this one? 16 diamond blocks. That's a lot. Time to go to that other diamond geode.
Hash.
Yep, so he says hash. Technically I'm misgendering the TTS because I think it's actually a feminine voice. But it's Tubbington, and Tubbington's a boy. Hash. The Yig Dixel? Is that what my dick is called? I love that. Yig Dixel. Ig Dixel? Is it pronounced Ig Dixel? Not Yig. Yig.
Hey baby girl, let me treat you like that pinky toe, occasionally bashing you on the side of a table.
Yeah. I'll accept it. I'll accept it. I'll take that. No! Wait, do I have another one?
I love hash. It's my favorite form of marijuana.
Wait. Wait, hash is a form of marijuana? I thought that was just another name for it. Ew, hated that noise. Could we fucking not? I thought I got another one from the quest. Did I already use it? Well, fuck me, I guess. Am I gonna go all the way back? Shut up, cave sounds, literally. I'm fucking scared. Okay, where did I come from? Down here. Okay, okay, we're good. I'm gonna put, like, a torch here so I know that that's where I came in from. I did all this caving without using a torch. For whatever fucking reason. It's fine. I can see. I don't know if you guys can, but I can. Okay, I think we're good. Put one there. There we go. Easy. Gotta eat some bread. Worst update feature. I mean, it adds spiciness, I guess. Like, it's interesting, but the cave noises
girl,
they chose are terrifying.
Are you pee? 'Cause you're in my heart.
Are you P? Because you're in my heart. I love that. That's perfect. I'm ashamed to say it would work. It would work on me. Hash is short for shish. It's a compacted resin derived from the oh, okay. See, I didn't know that. We're learning fun facts today. I just thought people used it as another word for the same drug. What am I doing? Cooking more iron and making more iron pickaxe. I probably don't need that many sticks, but...
Hey baby, do I have scarlet fever? Or is it just you who's making me feel so delirious?
It's just me. It's just me. I'm just that cute and sexy and shit. Work on Henry asking for a friend. Hey Henry. Are you P? 'Cause you're in my heart.
Chat, do we have a default settings button?
Default settings?
Can we reset to factory default?
My factory default? Wouldn't that just turn me into an infant?
No!
Isn't that factory default?
No!
There's a problem with that. I was putting my bin bags away.
Right.
Bin. Yeah, can Maxine treat you like her pinky toe? Hey, yo! Oh, no. I don't need I'm gonna put some of this shit back. I don't need the dirt because I've got all of this cobblestone.
Are you okay?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I was breathing, okay? What, am I not allowed to breathe now?
Nice one, Ron!
Am I not allowed to sneeze now? Thank you for the pets, Tiny, and thank you for giving Tub a pet. Henry would have to raise his wide, awkward ass. Wait, what? Huh? Raise his wife. Oh! Yeah, if you sent me back to factory if you factory reset me, you would have to raise me from a baby. You're just blinking at me. You can bring back the cisgender straight white man flirting. Hey Henry, nice tits! Pissing all by yourself, handsome?
I'm scared.
Traumatizing Henry is funny. Back into the mines. This whole stream is gonna be underground. The curious case of Benjamin Button? What has that got to do with this conversation? It's a turn on for some people? What? Being scared? Being traumatized? That's concerning. Scaroused? Is that how you feel right now, Henry? Are you scaroused? Scared, but also aroused at the same time?
Sure. Always.
Always? Am I that fucking terrifying? Damn, I'd just be finding diamonds. Who needs diamond geodes? Not me. Okay, but I'm still going to it. -9, -10. I'm at 6. See, we gotta go down a little lower. Gotta get real deep. Balls deep, if you will. We know Ranga has a magnum dong, but how big are the balls? I mean, enough to balance out the magnum dong, right? be kind of concerning if I had, like, this huge schlong and then these tiny little grape testes. Little raisins. They're like medicine balls! Real. You guys seen photos? Where did you find them? Grape testes, yeah. I don't know, that was the smallest round thing I could think of. I'm like, I think almost directly on top of it. Oh. Is that it there? Damn, that bitch is deep! That's what he said. What? What was that noise? Henry's making funky noises at me. I'm scared! Now picturing massive pee-pee and tiny balls, it's just the shaft. Just one long pole. Why did Henry just whinny like a horse? Cause he's got that horse dog. Don't you agree, Henry? He's
Trying to edit.
He didn't even hear me. Have to be massive, otherwise the cum would get stuck in the 8-foot long cock. Is that... are you saying that the size of the balls, directly impacts the pressure with which the cum shoots through the penis? Is this scientifically proven? What is that? Is that like a lapis geode?
The reason I'm really happy and excited about the 3D assets is because my favorite webcomic artist literally uses 3D CSP assets for all of their backgrounds and props and some of their character poses. It made me feel less insecure using 3D assets since she literally does it for her job. As someone who only draws humans, it made me happy to see.
That's awesome. Like, that's what those assets are created for. They're created as like like, to assist with drawing, especially human anatomy, because human anatomy is fucking hard to draw. Now piss off. Now piss off. Get away from me. Leave. He's kind of cute, but I don't want him near me. Because he's gonna blow up, I can feel it. Can feel it in my nether regions. Hey! There's another one! Oh my god, there's a third. Can I get him before he blows up? I'm not gonna get this one before he blows up. Oh, I ran out. I ran out of arrows. Okay, time to... Ow. See, I can only kill them with arrows. I can't kill them with a sword. I don't move away fast enough and they just blow up. Is Lapis. Chat makes a real good case for divorce on his part. What? Who's divorcing and why? Henry, are you gonna divorce me? Henry, you wouldn't do that to me, right?
Do what?
You wouldn't divorce me, right?
Divorce you?
Yeah.
Not likely.
Yeah, see chat, not likely. I would have to do something wrong in order for that, like real wrong. Humans are weird? Yes. And human bodies are hard to draw. He has horse what? You heard me. Imagine being born with a slightly funnier gene, with slightly funnier genes, and not being able to eat cheese anymore? Literally. I mean, if you think about it, there's like... most animals can't eat stuff like onions. Or chocolate. So not being able to eat cheese, yeah. I kinda get it. I kinda get it. Because other animals can't even eat fucking onions. Sent in an example for later. I look at right now.
Not likely, he's already spent a lot of money on you. Sunk cost fallacy.
Cost fallacy. He has spent money on me. I'll give you that. You ran out of water and you're still thirsty. You gotta get some water, Tiny. You gotta hydrate. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. That's really cool. I'm glad that you can take comfort in the fact that someone else is arting using these, like, using the 3D models to help. That means you are allowed to. Thank you for the follow, Anime Kawaii. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Is karma dressing? If you like it enough, I guess. If you put it on your salad, then why not? Humans got lucky being able to digest so many foods. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Most animals can't eat even half of what we can consume. However, we now can't really consume raw meat. Like, we've evolved to the point where, like, we've been cooking meat for so long that now our body eats raw meat and it can't fight off the germs that typically exist in raw meat, whereas other animals don't get sick from it. So... we get buffed, we get nerfed. It is the way of life. Already had close to 2 liters? I never drink that much water. I just forget. Like, I'm not thirsty, so I don't drink. Been being told my whole life, you gotta drink more water. You gotta drink, like, at least this much water. And I'm like, I never did that. It's okay, my kidneys are fine. It was just my gallbladder that was a problem. Imagine not having spices. Yeah, imagine not being able to season food. Animals just out here eating unseasoned food. Get yourself some dihydrogen monoxide. Some dick. Hella popular, so you're like, I'm gonna explain. Yeah, now you get to have some assistance with the 3D models to help and make it a bit easier to draw different, like, positions. Positions. Yats to hydrate. I mean, I'm never, like, dehydrated. Like, I drink enough water that I am rarely thirsty. And usually when I say I'm thirsty, it means, like, I'm specifically thirsty for, like, fucking Pepsi or something. Like, there's something specific that I'm craving. I'm gonna piss rocks. I haven't pissed rocks yet, and I don't plan to. Helps us digest better and absorb the goodness. Yeah, kills all the bad stuff. Got a super cool drink bottle that makes you want to drink water. For that you went weeks without water? Real. I drink other things. How's our beepers? Thank you for that beepers, gum. What the fuck is going on here? Let me out. Can I have some uranium to eat, kind sir? I don't know who the fuck you're calling kind sir, because I know it ain't me. Wait, why do I just have a random Why do I just have a stone block? Where did that come from? Squirrel, what are you doing? Can you get off my PC tower, please? You've got to turn the PC off, and then I'm gonna get upset.
That's what she's intending to do.
I hold the orange. Nope, you gotta pay your rent now. It's cuddle time. It's cuddle time. She is tolerating me. Reveal the orange. I've shown you the orange, and I don't have a camera that I can just turn on to show you her being cuddled, unfortunately, and she is also escaping. Toes. Got what I was gonna say before she distracted me. I had a train of thought going. I think it was about this. Let's move that. Drink a powder energy drink that mixes with water. Helps you eat less and drink more water. Bonus. Helps control the appetite. That's what I really need. I need something that will help me control my appetite. Because I think that's half of my problem. Is that I get a lot of what's called food noise. Where I'll just, like, if I'm not distracted 24/7, not 24/7, because obviously not when I'm asleep, I will just be hungry. My body's like, oh, we're not doing anything, it must be time to eat. And then just get hungry. The amount of times I've laid down to go to bed and my stomach's been like, hey, we're not doing anything right now, does that mean we're eating? I'm like, no! Let me sleep! Hold the orange like a rotisserie chicken. I was holding her like a little baby. She doesn't like being held like a baby, but she tolerates it. She puts up with it. She doesn't struggle at first. She just sort of sits there looking a little stiff. I have actually, you know what? I'll treat you guys. I'll treat you guys. Since you want to, I can't reveal the kitty as I was holding her, but I did take some pictures earlier today of her because she was looking particularly adorable. So I will put those in the Discord for y'all so that you can see the orange. She was croissanting. And then there's some photos from last night. I had to take, I wanted to share this with you guys last night, so I took one without my face in it. But she was laying against my face.
I almost sent a wasp after my father. A wasp flew inside and flew into a cup, so I put another cup on it to seal it inside. I was gonna let it out later, but I forgot. So when father was putting dishes in dishwasher, the wasp fell out still alive.
Oh no! That wasp would have been pissed! Did your dad get stung? Imagine capturing a wasp and just fucking forgetting about it. I have revealed the orange in the Hoob and Squeeb Discord channel. You may witness the baby. She is just a baby. Henry, can you send that picture that you took of Hoob the other day where he was like doing that wide stance? Didn't realize it had a name. Oh, I just called it bored eating. Yeah, well that's what I thought it was for a long time. Like, something my mum used to always say to me. I'd be like, Mum, I'm hungry. And she's like, no, you're just bored. And I'm like, the fuck does, what is that supposed to mean? So yeah, I always thought that was just a thing that everyone experienced as well, but I don't think it is. Probably dizzy from being sealed, he chucked it outside. That's good that he didn't get stung. That would have sucked. And he probably would have been, like, a little pissed off, because I would have been. Either binge eat or don't eat. You don't have it in between. I have this bad habit of, like, what I'll do is, because I don't have a traditional sleeping schedule, what I'll do is if I wake up, like, mid-afternoon, I'll be like, well, I've missed breakfast time. I've missed lunchtime, so I guess I'll just have to wait for dinner. And then by dinner time, I'm fucking starving and I, like, binge eat. Because I'm like, I am so hungry. Although sometimes I don't realize how hungry I am and then all of a sudden, I will be ravenous. Like, to the point of shaking. Because my body will all of a sudden be like, oh, by the way, we're hungry. And I'll be like, oh shit, really? That's exciting. Oh damn, we're hungry now? Bet. And it'll usually be not at a mealtime. And I'll be like, what do you expect me to do? Do I just jump from here? I think I'm just gonna jump from here. I'll heal up my 2 hearts first. He laughed. That's good. Okay, if Orange sleeps, she gets head pats, but if I sleep like a croissant, I get back pain? Exactly. Why can cats, like, turn themselves into pretzels and be fine, but when I do it, I've got a sore neck and back for the next week? I know it's because cats have, like, flexible spines. Leave me alone. I didn't want to do an actually. It's because of this. Cats are fluid, exactly. They are scientifically classified as a liquid. Gotta fucking jump down again. Wait. If I break that, I can, like, go down to that one. Is this the best way to make a staircase? Absolutely not. But it's the way I'm doing it. There we go. Okay. Cave! And there's more diamonds over there. How many diamonds do I need to make 16 blocks? Henry, can you math that?
Huh?
How many diamonds do I need to make 16 blocks of diamond?
9 times 60 is 90 plus 54, which is 144.
144.
Which is...
That's actually not as much as I was expecting.
Stack is 64, 2 stacks is 128. So you need 2 stacks and like
And a
16.
bit. Paul, I'm almost there. Easy.
Almost there!
Diamond geodes!
How much diamond do you
Diamond
have?
geodes coming in clutch!
Mod moment. Do you have fortune?
No.
What the hell?
I don't even have an enchanting table yet. What do you mean, do you have fortune?
Well, that's usually how you get that many diamonds.
Nah. I just be mining.
Is
I'm
that
just...
all back there on the ground?
Huh? It's... lichen.
Oh.
I'm just the best miner. Coal miner! Whoa! Oh look, there's more. Easy. Easy clap. So I read a post of someone's fridge having a note in it saying, "Close the door, you're not hungry, you're bored." Yeah. Yeah. But it's so hard to recognize, like, is my body actually asking for food, or am I just bored? Like, I can never fully tell. And I'm just like, I guess I'll just eat just in case. I'm just gonna, yeah. Ow. Well. 144? Yeah, that sounds about right. Henry said, 2 stacks and a bit, so yeah, that's about right. I feel like I don't need any more redstone. I'm not making anything with redstone. I don't need that much redstone.
I broke redstone for XP.
For XPP, I got 53 levels. I think I'm Gucci. Gucci in the coochie, if you will. Finally, one of these guys where he's actually supposed to be. What do I do with these? He's got stuff on his back. Can I shear him? I can't shear him. It was worth checking. What are you doing, little guy? Just chilling. Did I end up finding any tough? I don't think I did. Not that one. That one. Still need calcite and tough. Is that in certain biomes that spawns? Shearer's Scone? No, he's called a limpet. They're like little snails with legs, and they spawn in caves. See? Look at his little eyeballs! And he looks like he's got a little geode growing on his back. Dwarf, good at mining, short. You know where I can find it? Hell yeah, let me know, and I'll go and find it. I must mine. I'm going to go back up to my house. Which is so far up. It's really not, but it seems like a long way. What's this stuff? Rhyolite. Oh, I didn't go in here. Give me this. No! Wasn't that tough right there? No, it's Ryle. It's something called Rhyolite. It's a modded block. Tummy full, but mouth wants more to eat? Exactly. And sometimes I just really like the food that I'm eating. Ow. And like, I don't want it to go to waste. I want to eat it. In the cave, as if I'm not in a cave. Ow. I didn't realize it. Am I gonna die here? Please no. 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 Damn it! I thought I was fine. I was like, it'll go out in a second. Well, now I'm back home without my stuff. I was on fire for so long. Calcite and Tuff spawn around the amethyst geodes. Okay, I think I saw some on the map. There was water in the cave. Yeah, look, I'm not that smart. Bold of you to assume I wasn't just panicking and hoping for the best. So it spawns in blobs like diorite and granite. Oh, okay, commonly in iron veins. Okay. I mean, yeah, I haven't come across any. I don't think. Where's my head? Where's your head at? Yeah, there was water literally just right there. I think I'm also carrying a water bucket. Which I did think about, and then I was like, no, it'll go out any second now. Now I know why you and Sable are friends. I will time you out. Got confused with basalt, which spawns. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought. I guess I'll head towards a amethyst. Ooh. Yeah, I think I should head towards there. There could be some good shit in there, you know. The fuck is that? Okay. It's on -3, which I'm on 9. And which direction is that? That way. Yeah. So I dig through the wall. Both just burn, you sit and burn. Cause I panic, okay? I'm panicking at the mine. As opposed to panicking at the disco. There is no disco, there is only mine. It was -3, which is up a little bit. Not the best at playing. I'm not the best at playing anything. That's like one of my disclaimers when new people come in here is that I'm not good at games. I just play them because I think they're fun. One does not have to be good at games to enjoy themselves. Does make it easier though. But I'm still having a good time. Excuse me. How fucking rude. How dare you? I'm gonna stand under that. No, we good. We good. There's so much iron. Okay. So if I keep going this way. Just for a bit. Games couldn't be me. Your name's literally Pillow Gaming Live. You're a gamer. Nah, you can be a gamer and not be good at games. I know many gamers TM would like to argue with me on that, but I will not accept it. I still consider myself a gamer, even if I'm not good. So a little water bucket in his hotbar. Well, mine wasn't in my fucking hotbar, okay? Not good at games live. You right. You right. Just imagine those comments are coming from Dale Gribble. Who the fuck is Dale Gribble? Can't wait for the typical Ranger, what do you mean? What do you mean, who? Happens every time. Someone will mention someone's name and I'll be like, who the fuck is that? And they'll be like, what do you mean you don't know who that is?
You don't know who Sherlock is.
From King of the Hill, a pocket sand guy? No, still don't know. Dale Dribble? Yeah, imagine your last name rhyming with dribble. That's unfortunate. Okay, finally, I'm not alone. Other people don't know who they are either. Yay! I'm scared. I'm gonna get so lost in here. Oh, is that... I should take these. With the so much inventory space I have. Wait, no, we good. We good. We good. We good. We good. We good. Yeah, no, that's fine. Because I think I need these for a quest, and if I don't have to make them, and I can just take them, then why would I not do that? Is it not under this one? I thought it was. I swear there was one about, like, minecarts. Am I a goofball? Because it's not that. Loot a mine. Okay, well, I'm about to do that, funnily enough. Find a stronghold and steal their spawner. I should have taken that spawner that I found. Like, the first episode. Tough spawns below. Oh, below -15? Holy shit. All of you are uncultured swine. Hello, Shoho. How you doing? I hope you're doing well today. Is that not tough right there? Oh, yeah, it is. You're right. I'm gonna be real, I completely forgot what tough looked like. So I didn't even register that that's what it was.
Rhonda,
Okay,
what the fuck do you mean you don't know the Tautumataka Tangi Honakwa Atamadia Turpukaka Pekin Wangaharonik Yapiakai Winuaka Tahu?
Bro, my furniture just started floating. What did you do? That's what I was saying was tough. Oh, did you see some before? Well, it's fine, because we ended up finding more. Oh my god, a stack yet? Close! 10 more. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's fucking unsatisfying. Yippee! Now I just need the calcite, which... That's why I headed in this direction originally, because there was a geode over here, but I think it's above this, so I can't see it anymore, but there is one still over there. So it's okay! It's okay! At the end of the day, it's fine. We vibe. I'm gonna go this way. That's an actual town name? Is that how it's spelt as well? Do you all just know how it's spelt off the top of your heads? Because that's impressive. That's a big word. Is the town in Newfoundland called Dildo? Oh no! Oh no! Not Dildo. Not the Dildo town. See, I thought Tough looked something like this stuff. I don't know why. I just thought that's what it looked like. I really probably don't need that. Or if I do need that, I don't need that many. Faux show. Okay, I guess we go down. I need to find a minecart. Would be amazing. That's so many. How many letters is that? Because I ain't gonna sit here and count, but it's a lot. And I'm just curious as to how many letters exactly that is. What the fuck was that? Is that the limpet? I think that was a limpet. That makes such a funny noise. Meow. Sound like Gary the Snail or a Shy Guy. They kind of sound like a Shy Guy. Yes, we found the geode. Crystal cluster. Let me steal this stuff. Good for your bones. I guess I'll eat it. Go away, cave sounds. Be gone. The power of Christ compels you. Rude. It was sticky. I can hear spiders. Is there a spider spawner in here somewhere? Oh, that's right, I can't take spawners until I have Silk Touch anyway, so... Reference to Maori, love the culture, but what the fuck is that town name? I'm sure it, like, means something. It probably has, like, meaning, like, spiritual meaning to it. It might mean, like, that whole word, whether it means one thing or it's, like, one of those words that, is, like, a phrase. Sudden Cannon got up to 27 and gave up. Damn, there's more letters in it than there is in the alphabet. It's Bibi Nos. Town is Sichuan, my province called Tisdale, and their motto on their sign used to be the land of what? Sorry? Oh. I'm glad the keyword there is it used to be. How long ago did they change that? Like, at what point were they like, maybe we can't have that be our like, slogan anymore? It's 85 letters?! Is that like the longest word, like, fucking ever? Is that the longest town name in the world? I would be surprised if it wasn't. Imagine talking to people from the US. So what town are you from? I'm from New York City. Oh yeah, I'm not even gonna try and fucking pronounce it. I think Tubbington did, and I'm proud of him. It's not the longest? What's the longest? Had that motto for 60 years! Oh no, 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 no. Yeah, that's just unfortunate, that is. Okay, I got the whole stack. I thought this was a crystal. That means... Da-da-da-da-da-da! Oh, I don't have the space for those. Hold on. Oh, where did it go? Where does it go if it doesn't go in my inventory? Oh, on the ground. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, okay. Just put those in there. Sure, I guess. I forgot I could store water in these backpacks. Edamame. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back up to the house first. This way? It's up there. So yeah, I don't think down was the right call, but I really don't know. Wait, didn't I come from down here somewhere? Yeah, wait, no, I think I found it.
There is a place in Wales called Llanfair Pushgwyngyl Gogeric Orange Bull Llanasilia Gogagog, and it's the second longest town name. You know what is unfortunate in terms of naming? AIDS. AIDS was a weight loss supplement that existed just before AIDS. So there was commercials of people saying I love getting AIDS.
Oh! I bet they changed that real quick. Yeah, see that name just I'm sure it means something, but Tubbington made it sound like straight gibberish. There's a town. Oh no. Wait, it's still called that, King? Searched it up and it is the longest? I thought it might have been. I was like, you'd be hard pressed to find another town with a name that long. No, this is the wrong way. The exit is in this geode. I've put a torch above it there. There we go. Who's Tubbington? My little Snorlax text-to-speech pet. He's the one that says all the words. All the words that you put in the text-to-speech. He's y'all's voice.
It translates to something about a train. I'm pretty sure I had a teacher from Wales and he was telling me, but I forgot the full translation.
Huh. I wonder if they were, like, famous for, like, making trains or something, or if they had, like, a really big train station or something. Maybe still do. Who knows? Do you want AIDS? I mean, I wouldn't mind some help with weight loss, no. There's a World Heritage Site called Head Smashed in Buffalo Jump? What's there? Out of curiosity, what is there? What is the attraction for the Heritage Site? Sure, it's a small town, but made popular for the long-ass name. Then why is it got to do with trains? You know what? I can't judge him. Y'all do what y'all do. Okay, block. Now I can accept the rest of this quest. Coin! Put those in there for now. Chiseled calcite. That looks cool. I like that. Oh, we got cobwebs. Cobweb's not really a block, but no, I'll put it in with this stuff. I'm gonna have to make some more torches. Look at empty backpacks. So much stuff! Can go in there for now. Block of raw gold. Was that a quest item? It must have been. Smoker. It's my block of andesite.
So I looked it up. Apparently Tumatala Katangi Hanakwa Automatia Turapukaka Pikamanga Haronaku Piakawanyawakatanata, who translates to the place where Tomatio, the man with the big knees, who slid, climbed and swallowed mountains, known as a land eater, played his flute to his loved one. Also locals simply call it Haumata.
Yeah, I figured locals would probably have a shortened name for it, because having to say that every single time is a lot. But that's actually... the name tells a story, and I love that. It's buffalo jump. The indigenous tribes of the North American plains would hunt buffalo by using buffalo jumps. Cliffs that they would check... That's... You know what? That's smart. Chase them off a cliff. Because they're herd animals, so you just herd them off the cliff. Maybe chug of water with the way you said big knees. I'm sorry, I read big knees and I was like, big knees? What a trait to be remembered for. Oh yeah, bro's knees were big. Ooh. No. It's not what I wanted to do. Why did it... I thought that put, like, hold Alt, Shift, move Alt. Maybe I shift clicked it. I think I shift clicked it. I didn't mean to. I'm gonna put that there. Keep the boat with me.
CSP has a deal right now for the newest version, the 4.0 update coming in March. If you buy the current 3.0, you get 4.0 for free.
Yo!
3 of the features are too long to list, but I'm gonna get it greater than.
Do it! Do it! You deserve it. And it'll also I imagine that a lot of the features will help you a lot as well. So it's worth it. Town is called Climax! Oh no! I would say the whole thing every time. Yeah, I would sit there and like practice it every day until I could say the whole thing, like really fast. Saint Louis de are those exclamation marks? Is it pronounced Saint Louis du Haha? You know what? Slay. It's a town in Austria called fucking. Hey, where are you from? I'm from fucking. Fucking where? Like, you would be tempted to do comics if you're able to. Hell yes! Imagine a Rowan and Xander comic. A Starshine comic. Slay! You're home now, sister bought you dinner to say thank you, or yummy! What did she get for you? Yummy foods. Common hat. I need to put signs on these so that I actually know where to go into rather than just guessing. Because yeah, I'm gonna be real, I'm guessing. I'll trash all this eventually. I'm not going to right now, but it will get trashed. And that goes in with the tools for the time being. Keeping that with me. Okay. Is this not quite empty yet? Wait.
I searched it up, and the translation on the Welsh town is St. Mary's Church in the hollow of the White Hazel near a rapid whirlpool, and the Church of St. Chisillio near the Red Cave, but I swear I got told it was something about a train on a bridge.
See, like, that one doesn't tell as much of a story, but it, like, describes the town, which is also pretty cool. Man, do it! Write the book and then write the comic. You gotta have the book and then you gotta have the comic. Or work on them both at the same time. Technically it's called fugging, but it's cemented as fucking. A burrito and ice cream sandwich from Zambreros. Zambreros is my favorite Mexican place. This could be an unpopular opinion, I think it is, but Zambreros shits all over GYG. All over. You will rarely ever catch me in a GYG. I'm at Zambreros. GYG can eat my ass. Respectfully, eat my cheeks. I'm gonna put those in there. Sorry, flowers. Sorry. Put the coconuts in there because I don't really know what to do with them. I forgot about the Poké Dolls that I had in my inventory. You're going here. You missed the talk about New Zealand town called Tomata. Town called fucking has a school and everything, you know, for the fucking kids and whatnot. Hey Jorbs, how you doing today? I hope you're doing good. Never been to GYG. Zambies is nice though. Like, yeah, I just never really liked GYG that much. I would definitely always recommend Zambies over GYG. Every time. Wanky even in their languages. Name used to be a lot shorter, but a dude one day was like, hey, let's make it longer to attract tourists. I guess it would work because people would be like, oh yeah, I want to go to the town with the longest name in Europe. I think you said it was in Wales. Zambies for life. GYG might want to eat my cheeks. I mean, nah. I don't want GYG eat my cheeks. Respectfully. These are my cheeks. These cheeks are my property. Technically Henry's property, but...
Can I have your phone number? No, it's mine.
It's my phone number. Why would I give it to you? Then it won't be mine anymore. Oh my god, I've got so much food in my inventory! Why? Girl, what is you doing? Put that shit in there. This is actually where the coconut should be, but I don't care. Pufferfish can go in there too. I need to cook those. Berry. I put the berries in there. I might need them for something. I eat tart. Gib. Om nom nom nom. Tasty. Oh wait, there's more! Wait, what? It mitosis. Hem's gonna eat them cheeks! You're gonna eat my cheeks, hemorrhoid? Oh. Toms can't even pronounce it! He's trying his best! Mosquito, grizzly bears, head lean man. So we decided to just shove 3 First Nations together into one reserve. The mosquito band, the grizzly bears headband, and the lean man band, and they just shoved all the names together. They were like, yeah, that'll do. That works. That's wild. I know we've got some crazy, like, town names here in Australia, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. We've got some weird ones, though.
Blackbutt.
Blackbutt. Yeah, we got Blackbutt. They're mostly down in, like, New South Wales, Victoria area, I think. Like, southern. Can't think of any crazy ones in Queensland that I've been to. Cockburn, that's right. Don't they pronounce it Coburn or something? They're like, it's not Cockburn, it's Coburn or some shit. The government didn't want to use the fucking what name? I'm scared to say that word. There's another town that I've been through before on one of, like, my family road trips that was the same. It, like, you don't say it, you don't pronounce it how it's spelt, and it's stupid. That one's in Queensland, I think, but I can't remember what it is. I know we've got Gladstone in Queensland, which is Gladstone. My dad calls it Happy Rock. Yeah, but what does the word mean, King? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what the word is. I don't know what it means. Ass! Yeah. Cheeks. Okay, what else have I got with mining? I need to go back to the mine shaft. So I still need to do this. Find a music disc in a stronghold. What is a stronghold?
End of portal place.
End of... Oh, okay, so I need the ender pearls for that, don't I? Cave monsters. Find and kill some cave-born creatures. Dripstone creeper, cave creeper. Is that not what I killed before? The rocky guy? Oh, I didn't kill a bat. There were heaps of those there earlier. A what hole? A stronghold. Oh, I thought, okay. I didn't realize it was a native name. Major names of the tribes in Canada are the names used for languages as well. The Cree speak Cree. Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like it's a pretty common, like, what's the word? It's the word when someone, like, what the fuck is the word when someone from another country comes and colonize? It's a colonizing thing to not keep like the traditional names of the land. Here in Australia, we do it sometimes. There's quite a few towns that are still have like their indigenous names, but there are also a lot that don't. Because the Australian government was like, nah, fuck ya, basically. Because they suck. Australian government sucks cheeks. Yeah, stronghold. New Zealand is an island in Denmark, Zealand is a new an island in Denmark, which is New Zealand. Exactly. You're the new one. It's like New South Wales. There is a South Wales. Ours is just new. Place in Queensland called Humpy Bong! Humpy Bong! That's one of the funny ones. There's fortresses and also strongholds. Ah. I'm learning today. I'm cooking my fish to take with me. Just in case I need some good food. You do need a silk touch to pick up a spawner, don't you? Yeah?
You can't pick up spawners, so it's a mod. I don't know what the mod is.
I swear in vanilla you can
No.
you can pick up spawners.
Can't pick up monster spawners. You could like way back. Like over 10 years ago.
Right.
10, 15 years ago.
Wogga wogga. The sound I make when I see boobs! Strongholds have the newer pig zombies. Oh. Slane Australia has a place called We Fucking Do? Where? I'm here to vor cat girls. Maya, please. Please do not. Please, I beg. Wait. I'm just gonna see if I can Google it. Typical Maya message. It's in South Australia? Damn. I should know that one then. Might worry about this one later.
What's Google saying?
Well, it's saying that you can't pick it up without a mod.
Well, ask, is Sable in chat?
I think Sable's busy. Checks out with SA. Thing is, I already know where a spawner is. I think I've got it marked on the map, so I think I can just go and pick that one up when I figure out how to pick them up. How do you pick up spawners, Sable? Punky Doodles, Ontario. Is it just a Silk Touch pickaxe? Punky Doodles, yeah, okay. I thought so, I just wanted to confirm before I, like, endeavor to make one and then it ends up not being the case. There are no puppies here. I thought you were a puppy, Gum. Aren't you, puppy? Those South Australians first the emus, now this town. I don't want to enchant stuff. It's gonna be so real. I don't really know how to enchant stuff. I'm gonna be honest. It's not something I've really ever done before. I just wait for people to give me stuff. Oh,
Did you
I'm just a few short.
Do you want to know?
You.
So you need to make an enchantment table, and you need to place, I believe it's 30 bookcases around it. And each bookcase is 3 books, so that's 3 leather per bookcase. So you need 90 leather from cows.
Right.
It's 30 or 24. Some people might say it's 24. I just placed 30 because
Okay,
it goes up per level. And obviously you need an enchanting table, which is obsidian, diamond, and a book.
I'm not trying to cheat the item. I want to know.
How to craft it.
I want to know how to fucking make it. Why is it doing that all of a sudden? Usually when I click on it, it comes up with the thing on how to craft it. Huh? It's a place called Batman! Batman! It got AU and bitch. It's a villager thing. The enchantment table. I think Sable came in, saw me, like, clicking on this, but I was just trying to click on something else. Do you know why it's telling me operator permissions are required to cheat items? And I usually just press on something and it tells me how to make it?
You have to press a button.
No, well, I haven't previously had to. There's a place called Condom in France! Because cheats are on? Okay. I don't know why they were on.
Because we had to do no mob spawn. Was that this mod?
I don't think so, no.
Do you have mobs in this?
I don't think I haven't cheated anything in on this save. It's not called Punk Doodles, it's called Punky Doodles Corners. That's kind of cute. Thank you, Samball. Okay, so I need book, 2 diamonds, and I need obsidian.
Especially since you're getting XP so easily.
Yeah.
Because that, or you can keep getting library villagers, librarians.
What are you apologizing for? Stop it! Another coin in the swear jar. Fart. I think I found a couple of... Rather than making my own obsidian, why wouldn't I just go and find a broken nether portal and mine it? I can do that, right? That's illegal. I thought there was one nearby. Oh, either way, there's fucking pools of lava there. I might as well just go dump some water on those. It'll be easier. I also need a diamond pickaxe first. Okay, now that we got that, I would have been so pissed if that just put water all in my fucking house. Gonna dry fuck you for swearing. I'm self-lubricating. Your asshole's not. Control click settings cock. Man, I love the settings cock. Time to get my obsidian. Was 4 pieces. But I'll need more anyway later, so... Ooh, I like the sound it makes when it breaks. That's satisfying. That's a yummy noise. That's actually kind of what real obsidian sounds like if you break it, because it's like glass. Do you love some Panic at the Disco? Me too. Spasm? Spasm? Sounds like a slang word for sperm. Spasm. Don't ask me how. It just does. A town in Michigan called Hell. So fitting. I've never been to Michigan. Is Michigan bad? So EP, but at the same time not. I feel that. I feel that hard. Humpty-Doo! Is that one also in New South Wales? That sounds like a New South Wales one. We also have that? How many places in the world are called hell? And why? You've never heard of Panic at the Disco, Maya? Damn. They're like a very popular emo band. They don't make music anymore. Up until recently, they were making music, but the lead singer, who was technically the whole band, because all the other band members left like a decade ago, was like, I'm not making music anymore. And everyone was like, oh. Not tired, but so drained. I mean, I'm always like mentally tired, but for some reason my body just doesn't want to go to bed when I want to go to bed. It's really fucking annoying! Town in North Australia? Oh. Titty Hill, England! That's my favourite one so far. Can we go to Titty Hill? Vacation to Titty Hill? You can drain me, huh? What is hell? 1L and pieklo. Hell in Polish. I probably fucked up the pronunciation of that so bad, but I tried. This is enough for now. I think that's even enough to make another portal with. We're close? Hell yeah. Does Titty Hill have titty milk? I sure hope it does. I don't see if I have a book sitting around somewhere. I don't think I do. What would it be if I had put it somewhere? There's an enchanted book. That don't fucking count though. No, I don't think I do. I'll have to just make them. I don't think I have. Oh shit, I have almost no sugarcane. I think I'm gonna have to go get some sugarcane so that I can make some paper. Need paper. Or I could just grow my own. Make stonks. It's time to make stonks. Stonks of paper. Oh, there's some over there as well. Boop. 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 I would like it on this side of the river so that I can easily grab it. Tennessee called Yum Yum! Have they got yummy food there? Almost every stream involves titty milk. In one way or another, it sure does. Because it's always on the mind. It's always on the mind. There's some more over there. I only need to make one book for the enchanting table, but I need to make bookshelves, and that's gonna require, like, an ass ton of paper, I think.
Oh yeah, it needs.
You cannot make this shit up. In Texas, there is a town called My Large Intestine.
You're joking. Is there actually? I know you just said you can't make this shit up, but that feels like a bait. Besides your 3 hours sleep, you did 5 hours of heavy lifting and oh my god, you should get you some sleep, Makala! I know you said it's super hot, but you gotta try, that's not enough sleep! It's not! That's sugar. Wait, how does one make paper? No. What the fuck is the recipe for paper? Is it not just sugarcane? Oh, of course. Gonna need a lot of it, so I might as well... There we go. And then... And grab the leather. I'm probably also gonna need more of that. now that I'm thinking about it. Book. 1 leather to 3 paper. Okay. I've got 5 books! Okay, let's make the enchanting table. That's the wrong spot for that. Boop. Got enchanting table. Epic! And now, need hella bookshelf. Bookshelf. It's real! Why did someone call a town that? There's a town called Maori, mind you, it's pronounced as F. So, oh no. That's a town name, alright! Oh, I can use any wood I want, but I'm probably just gonna use oak, because that's what I have. I can only make one bookshelf. Oh, I got 2 extra for the advancement though. Fuck yeah. Wood. Do I just put my enchanting table down here for now? I feel like that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna like hollow this out and chuck it down here. I'll worry about making like a really nice, pretty base later. We'll get to second base at some point. I'll probably dedicate an entire stream to that, where I just go and find somewhere nice to build a much nicer house than what I've got right now. Oh no, what? They have what hill? I know that that's not what the word originally meant, but Jesus, why would you not change it? Who's touching my boobs? Minecraft. Specifically Gaycraft. Gaycraft is touching my boobs. Giving him a good squeeze. Henry, this is wide enough, right?
So
I think I need to make it further back, but you put the enchanting table here and
you
then
have a 1 gap block.
1 gap and then is it 3 down? They're being gripped. Yeah, my titties are being gripped. Me / Jay. Grab the ranger boobs. The rangoobs, if you will. You aren't letting Henry touch them? Of course Henry can touch my boobs. It'd be kind of rude if I said he couldn't touch my titties, wouldn't it? Where are my torches? Torch there, torch there. Are you looking up exactly the layout?
Oh, I'm making it.
You're making it? Oh, Maya, I missed your 3-stream streak! Quality knob! Thank you, Maya. Thank you for streaking. You're not allowed to touch your wife's boobs. Henry, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to touch my boobs.
Like, that's the enchantment table, that's the gap, and that's the bookcase.
Okay, so... I pressed the wrong button like an idiot. So if I put that there, and then... Okay, I've got to do 1 more back. 1 more. Basement enchantment table. And then I can get my silk touch. So put that there. And then the bookshelves start here. Book! Okay. Time to go kill some cows. Actually, do you know off the top of your head how much leather I'll need?
90.
Did you just say 90?
3 books for 1 bookcase. 30 bookcases.
Fuck me!
But villagers have libraries that drop books as well. If you
Right.
break a bookcase, it drops books. But that means you need 270 sugarcane.
That's so much sugarcane! Holy shit!
If you make a farm of sugarcane, it grows in lots of 2. Because it goes 3 high when you break
Yeah.
it. You can
Maybe
get
I
the
should-
sugarcane in a couple of days.
Yeah, okay. I think I should probably make an actual sugarcane farm then, rather than just dumping sugarcane next to the river. Or is that okay? Can I just dump sugarcane next to the river and just wait for that to grow?
It'll take you forever to break it all. Just do straight lines into the water.
I've now drunken 2.5 liters of water.
That's so much water! You're so well hydrated. I'm proud of you, Tani. Ranga Boob stress toy sale when?
I could come in your world and make a sugarcane farm.
Oh. I was like, you're gonna come where?
Do you want me to do that?
No, it's okay. I got it. Bus is busy. Busy hemorrhoid. Do I have any sand? Is the question. I don't know if I do. Oh no, I do. There's plenty of sand. Okay, it's gonna have to go outside of my fence. Because this has taken up a lot of space. What am I gonna do? Put some torches on my fence. There we go. That scared the shit out of me. Aw, he's sitting next to the torch. What a cute little fella. Ow. Get off me. Get off me, you 8-legged butthole. Thank you. How big do I make it?
Do 5 rows of 20.
5 rows of 20?
Like just dirt or sand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, huh?
15.
15? And then... There are cloner pussy kits? Why not cloner boob kits? Yeah, I wonder if I could, like... Where does one commission, boob stress toys from? Or could I make them myself? How does one make a boob stress toy? I would make Ranga boob stress toys. If I knew how. I would want them for myself. No, Henry isn't a flat earther, but you're his world. I'm not flat, though! What are you trying to say? Gotta get to breeding cows. Honestly, it's probably a good idea. Are you not- what are you doing on land? Isn't the whole point of you is that you're in the water? I'm busy. Get out my face. Said he isn't a oh! I read it wrong. Stop coming out of the water! They want to eat my cheeks! Get in line! Oh, for fuck's sake. Is this Judas? It sure is. One of my favorite Lady Gaga songs. So it fucking slays. I'm gonna need to get some more sand, but luckily I'm pretty sure there's a hill entirely made of sand over here somewhere. I'm also gonna fill up buckets with water. Put the wheat seeds away. Because I need to have enough space for all the water. Better breed cows with other cows. You can't just breed the cows with other cows. Why can't I just breed? Kidding. I'll do my freaking sugarcane farm and then I'll go find some cows to chuck in a hole. Chuck in a hole and make them fuck. I love the texture on the sand. It like looks like sand, like shiny sand. Oh, I definitely don't need all that. Hold on, let me go trash my travertine. Me when I travertine. She trav on my teen till I block. I could put them in that hole that the creeper made for me. That can be my cow breeding hole. I was supposed to get water on the way back, but I forgot. I forgot. Bin! I should be opening these trash bags as I go, just in case I get something, like, really good. And then don't have to worry about it. Oh my god. And then there's... I think I've got a couple stored down here as well. Let's see what I get. What do I get? I've got... What if I beated you? If I beated you up, huh? If I beated up the game. Put the obsidian away in there for now. I don't need it right meow. Okay, let's see what get from trash bag. Okay, sheet wax, oxidized copper, pog. You've already opened one. Wait a bit before you can open the next trash bag. What if I tied your balls in a knot? Thanks for not giving an exact time frame that I have to wait. I guess we're not doing that then. You gotta wait before you open your next trash bag, just in case you get something real good. Haven't I got, wood in the backpack? How do I grab this? How do I obtain the backpack water? Breed cows before the cows breed you. No, 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 no. Is that not the point of having water in my backpack? It's fine. We have an ocean right here. There's more water source blocks than I could ever need. Can't wait till the day that I jump into this, because it's gonna happen. It's only a matter of time. It's gonna happen. It'd be split in half that way. I am just a baby. No, what would actually, you want to know what would be a lot smarter? Is if I made a source block here for myself to just grab fucking water. It's a 2x2, isn't it? Yeah. Don't fucking clap for me! Henry just sarcastically clapped for me because I know how to make a pool of source block.
No, because you decided to make a source.
Shut the fuck up!
You've got a source in your bed as well, right there.
Shut up! Stop bullying me, Henry. You're a fucking sauce. I'm gonna sauce you. Thank you for the pets, King. I require it. Because Henry's bullying me. Oh, for fuck's sake. You got a source block right there. Thought it could only turn into a source block if it was like a 2x2. Okay. I didn't think a line of water could turn into source blocks. I'm stupid.
I was stupid.
Henry thinks I'm stupid! That's a congratulations for figuring out how to make a source block. Thanks. I'm glad to know that no one has faith in me. No one whatsoever. I mean, not even I do. Hypixel Skyblock, you spent 200,000 coins on an infinite water bucket? Worth. Extremely worth. Oh no, it would be Henry. Yeah, he knows that I'm bad at this game.
What?
Throwback to when Henry and I versed Sable and Zeph at... What the fuck is it called again? Minecraft Bingo or some shit? Yeah, we versed Sable and Zeph in, like, Minecraft Bingo. Minecraft Lockout. And Henry and I failed miserably multiple times because I'm fucking bad and I don't know anything. So he just had to tell me what to do the entire time. It wasn't luck, it was because I needed to be told what to do, because I didn't know. Thank you, Tani. Thank you, Maxine. Also, welcome in, Empirics. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm making a sugarcane farm so that I can get lots and lots of paper to make lots and lots of books so that I can enchant my tools. Because I need enchanted tools to get shit done. Like, pick up a spawner. If I put that there... Wait, there. It should just swap out. Yes! I'm so big brain. Wait! No! Why did it end up back in my toolbar? I will beat you up. I guess I'm just gonna use 2, because it's gonna be quicker than shifting through my toolbar. That's 4 rows. 1 more. 1 more. I should plant the sugarcane I already have, so it's at least growing while I'm doing this. There we go. Played video games before, correct? Yes, I've played many a video game. So many. At least 3. Love saying at least 3 when that's like a really big number. What the fuck? Oh yeah, I love when my water sits on top of my blades of grass. There we go. Easy! Okay, now I need cows. Use wheat to lure cows, yeah? And I got shit tons of that! I got, like, so much. It's working, so you didn't say anything. It's probably because you clicked on the... Wait, what? Oh! I clicked above it. Yeah, look, probably. I also got way too much sand. Let's put some of that back. Let's put some of that away. We don't be needing all that. I also don't be needing all that dirt. Is my wheat upstairs? Yeah. It's wheat time. It's wheat time. It's actually cow time. I love how it appears as though there is not a single cow in the nearby vicinity. That's really epic. Like, exactly the same problem I had with sheep. Okay. I don't want to have to lead them across water if I don't have to. Bunch of hoppers and redstone. Empirics, I ain't doing all that. I love that you think that I have the patience to sit there and make an entire redstone system to harvest my shit for me, but I really don't. I really, quite literally, can't be fucked to figure that out. Hunted all the animals to local extinction. Funnily enough, I don't think there's ever really been sheep or cows near this area. I had to go so far before I ever found any. And I never killed any. Been here for hours! Is that the first time you spoke, though? Yeah, exactly. If you didn't say anything, I didn't know you've been here for hours. So I must welcome you in, like it's the first time you come in. Remember not to breed the cows. Is that not the point? Or do you mean me not breed the cows together? You should just know, you're right. I should be checking my viewer list every 5 seconds to see who's here. Piss off. Get away from me. You're not a cow. I don't want you. I'm doing parkour. Parkour! There's just a lot of creepers and bees, which the bees will come in handy later. Just not right now. Actually, you know what? Best to keep that in my hand, and then if there's one nearby, it'll come to me. They will smell the wheat. Not for other people, just for you. Alright, I'll make sure to check my viewer list just for you in the future. And I'll call you out while you're at work. I'll like say, hey Empirics, hey Empirics, hey Empirics, until you respond in chat. Is that a cow? I think that's a pig. I'm pretty sure that's a pig. And so many chickens, holy shit. Look at all these chickens! Okay, thanks, sounds good. Bet. Over 200 hours, never thought that your hardest task would be killing ghasts! Just kill themselves when you try to attack them and they have 100k health? Sorry, what? Hard to kill them before they die? You don't get loot if they kill themselves? Well, that's fucking stupid. What was the plan there? What are you supposed to do? There's so many geep. So many geep. Pig. Bee. If I just stay on this landmass, maybe. I also spawned at specific times as well. Thank you for the check-in, Akaza. Now that you've acknowledged me, I go sleep. Get you some sleep, Empirics. You deserve it after working hard. Night. Meanwhile, I'll be here looking for cows forever. For the rest of existence. It's looking for a village 2.0. Oh, there's a whole herd of them over there. I'm gonna have to lead them across water, but it's okay. You gyats to do what you gyats to do. Come here, mumus. Come here, mumus. Come home with me. I am your mother now. Is there 3 or is there 4? Looks like there's 4, but I can't find the 4th one. Get away from me. Okay, well, 3 it is. Come on, little fellas, let's go. The zombie is also attracted by the wheat. How am I gonna kill the zombie without killing the cows? Actually, you know what? That's... Come on. Ooh. Ooh. There is a 4th one over there. Come here. Where are you? Oh, he's like further in. Come here. Where are you? I hear you. There you are. Let's go. Come on, Moo Moo. Let's go.
Squirrel called me stinky.
Squirrel called you stinky. It's because you are stinky. This is not a great thing to be doing at night, I fear. It's okay. We will survive. Oh my fucking god. You think the cows can swim faster than the zombie can? We've lost another cow! You know what? 3's gonna have to do. Come on. Go away, Zombozo. Oh man, they swim slow. They swim real slow. Come on. Come on. Get away from me. He's leading the herd. Ah! He came at me so fast. Have you guys seen those people that play Minecraft on like 100 times speed? I saw a video of someone doing that the other day and it looked so fucking funny. Part of me wants to give it a try. Another part of me knows that I will cry. Actual tears. Can't even play Minecraft at normal speed. What am I gonna do with 100 times speed? So basically, like, the days and nights move really fast and all the mobs move super fast as well, but you move at, like, a normal speed. So baby zombies are, like, Mach 20 speed. They're so fast. No talk about Gyat near the cows! Sad thing is, Ghast have the lowest health of all mobs in the Nether, and yet they make it so that when they kill each other, it doesn't count. Oh, for fuck's sake. Get away from my cows! No! It's okay, they quickly forgot because I hold food. Me when someone wrongs me and then offers me chocolate. Oh, I have so quickly forgotten that you were an asshole. Come on, Mumoosh. See, this is why I didn't want to have to go so far, because... What the cum? Hello? Do you two want to follow? Should have seen if I had any leads. That would have made this easier. Trying to get them around this fucking hill. Because they don't seem to want to climb, to do any cliff climbing today. Still got all 3. Yep. Oh, I have to go over the hill. Come on. You guys can do it. I believe. Single file, everyone. Why are you stuck? Come on. Where are you going? Okay, you know what? That works. As long as it gets you there in the end. on. I'll break this for you. I help. Piggy. Is that a chicken? I make a little staircase for them. Oh, someone's stuck. What are you stuck on? A pig. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Okay, no. Okay, no. Okay, no. We're gonna go around the hole. Around the hole. It's pain. How do shepherds do it? I know shepherds are sheep, but what do you call a shepherd for cows? Weird fact about Hypixel Nether. Wither can just spawn? 1 in 600 chance of spawning from killing a random nether mob? And they have 5 million health! 5 million? And then the ghast only has 100k? That's a wild difference between the two. There's a spider over there and I'm just hoping it hasn't seen me. Oh, that's a hole. That's a hole. That's a hole. That's a hole. Where's my bread? Because it was in my toolbar before. I think I replaced it with the wheat, honestly. I'm gonna lose my herd! Come on, come back this way. Come back this way.
Mom, help him, confused. I'm third wheeling a couple of my gay ass friends and I think they are wallowing while playing Minecraft with me. I feel so awkward right now. Infinite
Wallowing! We love Wallowa. Feel so awkward. That is... Being a third wheel does kinda suck. Unless you're, like, really good friends with both. With, like, both people. And then sometimes it, like, plays out well. I guess you just sit there and look pretty, Gengar. Just gotta sit there and be cute and watch the Wallowa unfold in front of you. You get the privilege of seeing the love unfold. Where's the other one? Did they kill each other? I think they did. Tricycles are kind of cool though. Ah! At least one survived, I guess. Can I mitosis a cow?
Chat, can I spawn one in? I cheat.
Can I mitosis a cow?
Yeah, just spawn one in.
No! I refuse. I mean, Maxine, it doesn't even matter if I get this one back, because I can't breed one cow. So, a creeper might as well come along and explode this one as well. It wouldn't change anything. You know what? Fuck this.
What are you doing to that cow?
I'm carrying it! Carrying it like the baby it is! Oh shit. Wait. I'm gonna fall into a hole or something. shit mobile back shots! Not on the cow! Not the cow! There's a fucking skeleton dog near me, I swear to God. Don't you even fucking dare. No, I was gonna kill it. I was gonna pick up the baby and carry the baby. It's slow going, but I think it's actually faster than leading them along. Skeleton dog more like grim. Why can't a cow spawn like right here? Like right here. And I just come and pick it up and then I make infinite cows. Why can't I do that? Sand crunches. Gonna put it in my cow breeding hole. How do I... There we go. In the breeding hole you go. Can I swim while carrying things? I don't think I can. Cow what hole? The breeding hole. Cool. Cow ho!
Gave the 3D model body a shot and I low-key ate. Rowan looking tasty.
Where I can swim while carrying? Okay, bet. Also, have you put it in the Discord? Because I need to see it. Like, right now. I wanna see this art that you eat, Nat. Not yet? Okay. It's not finished cooking yet.
I'm to bed. Leave school. Do drugs.
Leave school, do drugs. Be school, eat drugs. Have a good sleep, Maxine. Thank you for hanging out. That's the third bot this stream. Apparently I'm attracting the bots today. Am I that sexy? Come on, cows. Come on, cows. There's so many bees. Can I pick up and carry the bees? I'm gonna try. So there's some over here. Where are you? Oh, it's above the trees. Oh my god. Look at the bees! There's so many! I just want to find one at ground level. Is that so hard? Where are they all? Bee! Bee! This is my bee now. Lesbie. I love the gay bees. Could pick up any entity, so I could pick up like a hostile entity. If I picked up a creeper, would it still explode? Where's the cows? The creeper blew up 2 of the last 3 cows in existence. Oh, there's one over there. And it's the same kind as well. Fuck yeah. Gonna have a herd of dairy cows. I'm gonna carry this bad boy home. We're gonna start off with a herd of 2 cows. Everyone's gotta start from somewhere. Alright, I guess I'll try next time I see a creeper. I'm gonna try and pick it up. Might not be next time I see a creeper. Well, actually, I don't plan on running into a creeper while I'm carrying this cow. Because I don't think I can outrun one while I'm carrying something. The birds! The birds are contacting the mothership. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's okay, we're fine. Freaked out too early. Hello, Zell! I hope you're doing well today. Welcome in. I'm carrying a moo cow so that I can breed a bunch of cows and make leather for bookies. I'm doing good. How are you doing? I did a bunch of mining today, and now I'm working on making an enchantment table. Because having enchantments on your tools is certainly helpful. Heard about back shots with the cow? No, we're not giving the cow back shots, I promise. No cow back shots. This is not that kind of stream. I think jumping is faster. Bees. Pretend you didn't hear about the backshots with the cow. It didn't happen. No judging? No, I would expect you to judge. I would expect someone to judge that. But that's not happening, so there is no judgment needed. You didn't come back to anything. You came back to me taking this cow home. To the breeding hole. So that I can make more cows. Y'all don't have a breeding hole at your house? Missing out. Run! Yeah, where is it? It's up here somewhere. Lost the breeding part! Got it! Oh. There we go. Now fuck! A child. How long before I can do it again? Isn't it something stupid like 10 minutes or some shit? Let me... I want to age up the baby! There we go. Grow! Holy shit! You need to eat so much! You got a breeding pit though? 5 or 10? Oh, like it's 5 or 10 minutes? I thought you were saying you had 5 or 10 breeding pits, and I was like, damn. That's a crazy amount. Hear the rumor about butter? Well, I'm not gonna spread it! Get it. Welcome in, Lolek. Thank you for the joke-based first message. How you doing today? I hope you're well. Bold pick just dropped. I'm looking right now. Oh my god! Oh my god! He's ready. He's ready. I'm doing good. I'm working on some quests in Gaycraft, which is our mod pack made by my wonderful friend and mod, SableQ, who is talking about bulge picks currently. No context. You don't get any context. Where's Sabi? Right here. Right here. Oh, it's in our personal Discord. Oh, I thought you were asking where Sable was. Sorry, I'm silly goof. How many nights have I been awake for? I don't want to get phantomed. I'm scared. I will make sure to sleep tonight. Penis. Penis in Gaycraft. You'll be posting when it's done, and then you guys can enjoy the bulge as well. I just get the pre-finished bulge. Pre-climaxed bulge. Let me sleep! Sample art is good art. I get the Patreon exclusives! Sable Patreon when? Honk shoe. Nor, yes. Do it. Should do it. Just cause I said so. I don't want to wait 5 or 10 minutes! But it's also taking... There's not very many cows in the nearby area. I don't know why. There's just not. Okay, maybe I'll go this way. I'll go a different way this time. Maybe then I'll get lucky. No. Oh, there's some more sugarcane over there. Fuck yeah. Grab that as well. I wonder why, like, there's a lot of the rainbow sheep spawning. And chickens. But there's not a lot of, like, regular sheep spawning, or cows. Or pigs, really. I'm just kind of getting cucked a little bit. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that fucking thing? Tube sponge. What'd it do? Sponge chunk. I guess I have a chunk of sponge now. Do I even post on there? Work in progresses. And then people can see the behind the scenes. The behind the scenes of the artworks. And then when you write the comic, you can also put that on Patreon. And then that's like a special Patreon exclusive. Like you can release Starshine to people for free, but then people that want to read the comic as well have to pay for the Patreon. Reading cutesy rom-com comics is bad for your heart. Eat some juice. You need some juice. Ow. They're so fast. Get away from me, yo. My sword's gonna fucking break. That ain't good. Don't want to charge for that slop? It's not fucking slop. I'll beat you up. Got dry lip skin. Fucking hate it. Why are there snakes and snails and birds, but there's not a cow? Maybe the real cows are the bees we met along the way. I just want, like, one. Because I can only carry one at a time anyway, so just one will do. They blend in, I swear. I'm also, like, looking at the map, which means I should see them before I walk into them, but shut up. I'm looking for cows, not creepers. I see a lemon cow. Sample custom voice message on the Patreon when? Exactly. Where are you? Lelo cow. You're coming with me. I'm actually... I don't think I'm gonna go through... Wait, I don't have to go through the water. Where the fuck is my house? Oh, it is over there. I'm not gonna go through the water. That's stupid. I'll get eaten by a shark or something. Get my ass eaten by a shark. I don't want that. I don't want that. I just want to make lots of cows, get lots of leather, and make book. Just doing it for the shits and gigs. But you could make bank! Unfortunately, when we live in a society like we do, where money is the be-all and end-all of everything, if you can make money off of something, you should. That's my philosophy anyway. Yeah, exactly. People will pay for the shits and gigs. Oh. Oh no. I know, like, it can feel shitty, like, to make people pay for stuff that you, like, make when you're like, well, I'm happy to do it for free. But, like, if people will pay for it. There are people out there that'll pay for it. And when money is required to survive, there's no downside. Yeah, exactly. Stonks. It's all about trying to find a way to, like, monetize things that you enjoy doing. Because then you can have a job without feeling like you have a job. You get to do the things that you love and get money from it. Bah, sparkly sheep. Fuck capitalism and ooh, art and funny. Yeah, like, fuck capitalism. But me saying fuck capitalism isn't gonna get rid of the fact that I need money to survive. So, make the system work for you. Since this world is full of consumers, fucking take advantage of that if you can. Because we all be needing money sometimes. Actually, all the time. Because food costs money. House costs money. Oh shit. Living cost money. It's got birthed here against my will, and now I gotta pay for it? Bruh. You get an average of like you know, 16 to 18 year fucking free trial, and then it's pay to play from there. This shit fucking stinks! Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Why is this not growing? I feel like it should have grown at least one block by now. Am I tripping? Where's my wheat? I used it all. I used it all to try and grow the baby cow. But I have more! Do not worry, I have more. And I'm also growing more. Which I should harvest as I go, rather than running out and being like, oh, I gotta wait for my wheat to grow now. Have more segs. Thank you. Thank you, come again. Come again. I guess now it's kind of just a bit of a waiting game. Holy chimichangas! Never had a chimichanga. What does it taste like? It's food, right? Welcome in, Levi the First. How you doing today? I hope you're doing well. What do I do while I wait? I gotta stick around because I've gotta, like, be here for when the breeding, like, timer is up. Otherwise, it's, like, a bit of a waste. Right? What do I do? What do I do? Make one of the new picks. Ooh. Do I have any? Could do that. Because I did get a couple, but I don't... Drilling?! Hold on, you can make a drill. Mithril drill by combining a mithril pickaxe, mithril drill upgrade. Powered by Morkite. Right click with Morkite to fuel it. Oh, I'm gonna have to make one of those at some point. That's cool as shit. Well, I mean, I have to for the... Kinda have to for the fucking quest anyway, but... You know what I mean? It's going well, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. I am also doing well today. I've been working on questing. I mean, these are all from previous nights. Or previous streams, I should say. But I've been doing a bunch of mining today specifically because I realized that I'm day 6 into this little challenge for myself and I hadn't ticked off any of the mining quests. So I was like, it's called Minecraft after all. So it's time to go mining. So now I did. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm just a little orange mining on my craft. And vibing to music as well at the same time. Love your energy in Minecraft videos, so give a follow. Thank you so much. I hope you don't mind cursed energy sometimes, because that's occasionally what happens here, I won't lie. There's been many questionable conversation happen in here. Because it's funny. It's funny. And I also swear a lot, so I feel like that should be pre-warned as well. Is there anything here? I can go and find some biomes so that I can get this. What's that? Oh, that's horses. I'll see how far I have to go to find some of these biomes. Where is my nature's compass? I swear I kept that in my inventory. Nah, you're memeing. Where is it? Where the fuck has my compass gone? Okay, thank God. It's not that hard to make, but I didn't want to have to make another one. Oh, good is funny. Hell yeah. You dropped the whip, Sable! Okay, what kind of biomes do I have to find? Nature's Spirit Aspen Forest. Okay, let's see how far away that is. There it is. 1936. But why though? Why though? It's like, where am I? It's like somewhere over here. I guess that's not that far. I gotta wait for the sugarcane, but like, I wanna be around here so I can breed the cows as soon as their timers are up. These babies still aren't grown. Everything takes time and I don't like that. I want it to be instant. Okay, I will use my boat, I think. I think this is gonna require a boat. Watch me get fucked up by an ocean creeper. Again. Just because I'm in the water. This is why I'm afraid of the water. That's why I don't want to be here. I'm gonna get my ass ate. I can feel it. At least the dolphins are swimming with me. Ooh, a message. What do y'all got? What do y'all think the message is gonna say? I know it's gonna say some shit. I hate litterbugs. That's based. That's based. I also hate litterbugs. Gotta censor the Pinor! Not the Pinor. Explodes Pinor with mind. My fucking Pinor! Oh no, I can boat through there. We're all good. And I can get some more sugarcane while I'm at it, because look at that. Look at that. Give me that. What the fuck is that noise? I'm scared. Those fish trying to attack me? I am just existing in my boat. I did nothing to harm you. I like this sound. Anyway. Piranha. Are they piranhas? I think it said... No, they're bass. Why are the bass guitars swimming in the water? Oh. Wait, someone did die. I didn't do that. That was not my fault. Fighting bass? Yeah, they're fighting me. I'm not fighting them. Don't get it twisted. I didn't do anything. I was just vibing.
You did it.
Why did you do that? You scared me. Also, why is this sound coming from your PC?
Oh, is that?
Yeah. Give me my fucking... Get this out. Leave! Thank you. Is that what I fucking think it is?
Oh, it's coming out of the...
This meme drives me absolutely insane. Because every time I forget it exists, it comes back and I see it again.
I'm lost.
You're what? You're what, Henry? Now I gotta keep specifically that C message. Just because it's got the lost meme on it. No, I'm gonna burn it. I'm gonna throw it into a lava pit. Because how dare it? Ooh, another one. What shit will this contain? What can I get rid of? I don't need that. Is that the new one? And I get rickrolled in the same 60 seconds! Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. The person that made these C messages is a pro memer. Does that mean it's the same one? Yeah. Damn, I get rickrolled again? Again? A third one? Okay, I think this one's different. Shit. I think it was that one. It's even better to sail the 7 seas than to get STDs. Preach. Preach. Okay, I'm not getting that one. That's too many. It's too many in the span of 5 minutes. Give me the sugarcane though. I'm in the market for some fucking sugarcane. Give me that sugar, baby. Okay, now where? Gotta go through swamp. I might grab my boat. Because I think for the most part with the swamp you can just sort of jump over the... They're usually pretty shallow, so I don't think I'm gonna need the boat. Oh my god, it's an outhouse! Wait, where's the door? I need a shit. I need a shit so bad. Where's the front door? I shitted. Oh shit. I'm gonna air it out. Why are there just outhouses just randomly throughout the world? What is the... Is there a reference there? Because this isn't a swamp. This is the wisteria. It would be different if it was in the swamp, because then it's Shrek's outhouse, you know? It's a Shrek reference, but we're not quite there yet. Okay, is there anything in here that's gonna bite my cheeks in the water? Grab! Oh, I need to go this way. I was going the wrong way. Where's the beta fish? I can see it says they're there. Like, as in like the little fighting fish? Is that one there? Oh, it's so pretty. Oh, I love. I have to get a fish tank and fill it with like pretty fish at some point. When I get to second base, I'll make a fish tank. When I make my boob-shaped second base. It's fucking nighttime, I'm scared. Ooh. It's a pretty flower. How much further away am I? 270. Getting close. But I'm appearing once a month. You're all good, Brad. You're okay. You're busy. You got shit to do. I'm always here. I'm here. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. It's okay, but especially because this series is gonna be put into long form videos. So if you wanna catch up on what I've been doing with the Gaycraft, then eventually it'll be a long form video. I finished the first episode, I just need to upload it. Which will probably be tomorrow. Sleepy? Yeah, no, I understand that. What am I being attacked by? What the fuck? Oh, it's a baby zombie, but I think it's throwing things at me. It's throwing shit at me! No! A lobber zombie. A lobber zombie. I got lobbed to death. I'm pissed. Because what the fuck? I'm gonna feed my cows and I'm gonna have to go get my shit. I have to go pick up my shit. No. Get away from me, poor bitch. By a holy chimichangas! Y'all want some wheat? I got you. Why are these children still not grown? It's been so long. It's been so long. I'm gonna put the wheat away. Because I don't want to lose this bunch of wheat as well. Yeah, my levels be like, brr. I'm pretty sure I get them all back though, because of the, Tombstone mod. So I think I'll get them all back. Or at least most of it. And it holds it for eternity, so I don't even really have to rush. But I'm going to, because I'm starting to get hungry, because I've only eaten one thing today. I have only had one meal, and I need another meal. And then I'm gonna go the fuck to bed. Because I sleepy. I sleep G. Yeah, there's some really good quality of life mods in this mod pack. And that's one of them. Like, getting all your levels back when you go find your dead body and it not disappearing is goated. It's really not a good idea for me to swim to get there, but I'm probably gonna have to at some point. I'm just gonna have to hope I don't get my ass eaten by an ocean creeper or a shark.
Shark?
Playing no mods if it doesn't have hamsters! There's hamster mods? I mean, I don't think this mod pack has hamsters, but there are capybaras, which are like really big hamsters, if you think about it. It's just a shark. Yeah, but it bite. It kill. It eat. It's only a nibble. He's just gonna take a little nibble. Just a small munch, if you will. I'm gonna run out of stamina long before I get there, I think. But that is okay. We will survive. Hoping there's not gonna be too big of a stretch of water. And then I'll be fine. I won't even have to worry about all the underwater little shits. Wait. I can go around that way. I can still get there by being on land. We are all Gucci. Dirt. Ooh. Pretty blue orchids. Pet the shark. I would pet like a nurse shark, or I think lemon sharks are also really really friendly sharks, but I wouldn't pet a tiger shark. Actually, I'm gonna have to come back here at some point. Put that there. I do not need to take that with me. Very tall. The tallest birch tree. Would you all ever swim with sharks if you got the opportunity? Yeah, tiger sharks are known as like being one of the more aggressive species of sharks. Hence why I ain't patting those ones. But lemon sharks and nurse sharks, I would boop on the snoot. And give a little boop. Boop at the snoot. This water looks so yummy. I want to lick it. You would put lemon on lemon sharks? No! Don't eat the shark! Don't eat them. I wonder what shark actually tastes like. Is it like super fishy? Like other fish? Or has it got a different flavor? I need to consume something so that I'm not moving at the speed of a snail. I don't think I can eat sugarcane. They're improving the KDA for us. Yeah. You really doing us a service by getting rid of them sharks one at a time. Nom nom nom. This is gonna have to be food. Sorry, Geep. It has to happen. That felt like a hate crime. I had to do it to him, though. I'm eating it raw. I think it only does one per chop if it's raw, which is unfortunate. But it's okay, because I got bread in my inventory, I'm pretty sure, once I get to my body. Justice for Geeps! I had to complete quest. That's why I did it. I killed it to complete quest. That's a... Oh, he stopped. He was in Spain without the A. He was in. Damn, look at him wiggle. You just make that noise. Okay, I'm moving away, I'm scared. I'm scared. Fishy. Big fish. Speen! The alligator was in Speen. The sun is setting. I must get there. And then I'm gonna roll out my sleeping bag so that I don't have exactly the same thing happen to me as soon as I get all my stuff back. I jump, I jump, I jump, I jump, I jump, I jump, I jump. Turtle! This doesn't look like a place for turtles. There's barely any sand. Gonna grab that sugarcane on the way. There is another alligator over there. Oh no, no, no. That's what I thought was killing me when I died before. I thought I'd stepped on an alligator or something. But no, just a baby zombie throwing shit at me. Sun is round. It is with this mod. Actually, I think it's a resource pack that does it. I think. Maybe. But yeah, it's not the traditional Minecraft sun. It's circular. Circle. Me when sun is circle. Wait, have I had shaders on this whole time? They're supposed to be turned off. Oh no. It hasn't been lagging or anything though, right? No one said anything. I'm gonna... Fuck. I always forget how to do it. It's been good? Okay. I am gonna turn them off now, though. I had them turned on for editing purposes. And I forgot to turn them back off. That's good that there's not been any lag. I'm very happy to hear that. I'd have been so sad if I, like, went back to, like, edit my VOD and it's, like, all laggy because I had shaders on. Praise the sun. Is that an Elden Ring reference or a Dark Souls reference? It's just Dark Souls in general, isn't it? No wonder the game been looking so pretty and yummy. 4 FPS Ranger, no! I would feel like such a failure if I went to edit my video and it was all really laggy and choppy. I would be so sad. The saddest sad to ever sad, in fact. Can't run. I need to sleep before everything spawns in! Help! Is it still there? Is the zombie that killed me still fucking there? I don't want to die again. I really don't. I'm gonna come all this way for a second or third time. Any Ranger is good, still a Ranger. But 4 FPS Ranger, she would be so laggy. Slime! Schwamp. Get out me schwamp! Okay, there doesn't seem to be anything there. That crab scared the shit out of me. No, nah. Fuck right off. I don't know what you are, but you look disgusting. And I don't want you near me. Is that a swamp creeper? I hate it. Am I safe here? Okay, there's smoke rising over there. Which means one of two things. There's either a village of some description, or it's gonna be like an illager camp or some shit. Or a witch hut! It could be that too, because there is a witch right there! I'm kind of shitsing. I think I'm waiting out the night on these leaves. I think that's what's gonna happen. Because I am not walking all that way again. At least not this stream I won't be. Where's blood going? Oh no, oh no. I get the feeling I've been spotted. Are they trapped? Yeah, just forget about me, it's fine. What the fuck was that? Oh, there's a drowned somewhere. I do not have any weapons. I'm just a girl! I am just a girl. I'm literally just a girl. How could you do this? Ow. Leave me alone! I'm in the Florida Everglades and I'm looking for a 20-foot python! The 20-foot python? away! Go away! Am I doing half a heart of damage at the time? Yeah. I sure am. Making sure there's nothing else coming for me from other directions. Drowned swims. Thank you. This is my favorite mob. Actually, no, my actual, like, sarcastic favorite mob is creepers. Because why the fuck do those exist? Why do you love creepers, Henry?
So I love gun.
Because you love gunpowder. You like exploding things, huh? But you make a whole build and then one of them sneaks up on you and it's like, fuck your build, bro.
That's why I got sharpness 5
Sharpness 5, huh?
and knockback.
Yeah, that is pretty smart. Boom, boom. Creeper go boom.
And then green.
And what? And they're green. Henry's favorite color is green. So he liked the green creepers. What about slimes? Slimes are green.
Slimes are my second favorite mob because of redstone.
Because of pistons and shit?
Sticky piston.
You're a,
Slimes were very rare back in my day.
you're a sticky piston. Can you see how many are on my minimap right now? There's like
Oh, you're in
1,
a
2,
swamp.
3.
Back
There's
in my
5.
day, when I was a kid, they didn't spawn in swamps.
Yeah. Good color. Green is good color. Green is plant. Green is nature.
You know, slimes used to only spawn in a certain moon cycle in game.
I thought they still did,
Oh,
but
is that still a thing?
I think these are like modded because it's a half moon, but I'm pretty sure that in vanilla they still only spawn on like a full moon or some shit. I need to plug in my headset. So fucking die. Your lips split? No! What happened?
Is it practiced?
Has it practiced? What? It's bleeding! No! You got dry lips? Get this homie some lip balm! Hurry up and set- oh my god. Wait, I actually don't think he can hurt me. Oh, now he probably can. I can't. You can't practice your lip doing the splits. If I have to kill another one of these things, half a heart at a time, I think I might lose the last of my marbles. At least I've got the tunes. Yo, Saribot adds a block term, let's go! Good on you, Saribot. You got this. Finally!
Mintcraft.
Mintcraft! Hello, Hatsune Miku, how you doing today? I hope you're doing good. We are playing the Mintcraft. Hello, Talia, welcome in. I lost the game again today. Fuck. Hatsune Miku? Yeah, the one and only Hatsune Miku is in my chat right now. Bread. All drawn out, you bitch! You did it! You did the thing! Okay, I'm hoping I'm good now. Give me my shit, please. I can hear things moving, and I'm scared. I'm scared. I knew I had a reason to be scared. Yeah, get burnt, bitch. Oh my god. Let me live! Let me live! Sorry, the C messages are gonna have to fucking go. Oh, not those. That's a book, not a C message. I gotta make sure I don't get rid of that. Where the fuck did my fucking bow go? Oh, it's there. Now we good. We good. Oh, I gotta make sure I don't get rid of loss. I gotta figure out which one that is now. It's not that one. That's the Rickroll. It's not that one. It's not that one. The last one I pick up? Yep. Where the fuck is my compass? And we're almost there. Wait, what the fuck is- what is that? What is that? What is this? Do I- huh? Is there stuff in it? Oh! Yo! Look at that! Hey, that's pretty fucking cool. Eat the bread? Oh, you so right. You so right. Hold on. I'm picking up stuff. Just in case I need a book and quill. Don't know what I need a book and quill for, but I might need it. You never know. I'm gonna put that away. I got plenty of that. Bread. No! Don't eat me! Not the bread! I eat hot. There we go. What is that? Sweets! Oh my god! I am hyper speedy. Oh my god! Is that another one? I don't think so. That can't have anything inside it. Give me the sugar cane. Give me the sugar cane. Eat! Drink oita. I will drink the oita. You'll do this every time? I guess I'm losing the game every stream then. Hatsune Miku from Texas. I have 3 guns because it's my goddamn right. Lage while watch the Rangoose. Make sure to spell cute right when you reply this one time. Yeah? Yeah, no, I'll make sure I spell it right this time. Ah yes, the diabetes debuff!
So anyway, competitive shitting.
Oh no, not again. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot about that. I forgot that that was last stream's conversation. Where's the fucking forest? Run! 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 I'm gonna walk all the way back to my fucking house? What do you think will be faster? Walking back to first base, or trying to find a village and waystoning back? Is there a village near me? That's closer than home. Please let there be a waystone still there. Please don't let that be a village that I've already ransacked and taken the waystone from. Oh no. Do you remember to drink water? I did. I grabbed some water. You're aiming to get Master Shitter this season? Damn. Every time I draw his scars, I'm gonna think of that one comment and cackle silently. It is the worst spelling mistake I've ever made in my life. That's so cut. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. So, Sable sent me a drawing of his OCs, and one of his OCs has self-harm scars. And instead of saying, this is so cute, especially because Sable had pointed this out earlier in the conversation. He was like, first time I've like drawn it, or not first time, I don't know, there was something mentioned about the scars. And so my response was supposed to be, that's so fucking cute! And instead of saying cute, I missed the E and it said, that's so fucking cut. And I cried a little bit. I won't lie. I saw my life flash before my eyes. I was like, it's over. Oh no, not the ads! Fuck. I didn't even read that. Shit ass. Now I'm gonna have to say it all again. I was wheezing so hard. I'm glad you found it funny because I was so scared. I was like, no, 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 wait, 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 wait. Wait, 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 wait. It's Jova. That was literally my brain. My brain was like, it's Jova. Your best friend hates you now. Why do I have to climb a fucking mountain to get there? It's the same ones as me. I can legally laugh. Am I still heading in the right? Yes, I am. I can't legally laugh though. And that's why I felt so bad. I was like, oh no, 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 no. Even if I made that joke intentionally, which I would fucking never. Never, ever. Oh! I thought that was death. Ass. What? I can do this. Thank you. Almost there. Almost there. Please be a waystone. Or I'm gonna be so fucking sad. I may cry. I may cry, shit and piss, and then end stream. In that exact order. Head to bed, the Breb is eepy. Get you some sleep, Breb. Thank you for hanging out. And don't ever worry about not being able to be here.
No, 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 no. Wait, 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 hey. Wait, 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 wait.
Wait. No, no. Good night. Don't ever apologize for not being able to be here, Brad. You're all good.
Yeah, I know. So I missed literally all of that.
Yeah, no, I got you. So, Sable has OCs and sent me, or sent to our private Discord a drawing of two of his OCs, like, hugging and cuddling, and it was really cute. And I wanted to respond to it saying, OMG, that's so fucking cute. But instead of writing the word cute, I missed the E on the end before I pressed enter, and it said, that's so fucking cut. which wouldn't
Did
be
you
such
know
a
in
bad
terms of
thing.
male and female Pokemon,
Wouldn't be such a bad thing, except one of those OCs has self-harm scars, and which Sable had pointed out earlier in the conversation. So when I sent that, it was too late, and I was like, OMG, no, 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 wait. And it was by far the worst spelling mistake I have ever made. I would also like to note that I have in fact taken the Waystone from this village, and the shit and piss is imminent. Is there another one? Okay, this one I actually don't think I've taken the Waystone from. This one I'm fairly certain I haven't. Because I'm pretty sure I teleported back using that Waystone. So it should, in theory, still be there. You sweet summer child. It was a typo, I didn't mean it. I just accidentally pressed enter before I wrote the E. I think it was late at night, so I was also tired as well, which really didn't help. But I make stupid typos all the time, regardless of how much sleep I've had. Cooked, yeah. Absolutely cooked. Rowan would laugh. I love Rowan. Rowan is so baby.
gonna cry? Gonna piss your pants?
Yeah.
Maybe? Maybe shit and cum. Well then you fucking normie, maybe you should click on my username, and on my profile you should see 3 dots to the right of my username. Click those 3 dots to open a drop down menu reads block. Click that option and confirm that you want to block me to avoid seeing my future posts.
Yeah. I call him baby without him knowing. I just think he baby. I never say it to his face, I just think it. Leave the poor barcode alone. No, the what? The what, sorry? The hello? I can't believe I just read that out before even thinking about it. That's it. My streaming career is actually over. I need to go move to a remote island. BRB scanning myself. This better not be the village that I pinged. It's not. Okay, good. I was, again, gonna shit and piss. Hello, Miko! Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Guys, what item number am I? What's your social security number? Nah, just kidding. We don't have social security numbers. What's the point of a social security number? And why don't we have them? Also, I need to eat food, but I have no food. This is not going well.
Hey guys,
I'm
did
scared.
you know that in terms of companionship between humans and Pokemon, Vaporeon is one of the best partners you could have?
Yeah? Yeah, why's that? I am evading. I'm evading so good. Oh my god, can I eat these? I think I can. Ah! They're coming for me! You've been debated. You think I outran them? You think I'm safe? This is not gonna be enough food to, give me health back, but it's okay, at least I can run. They are coming! The skeletons and the zombies trying to give me back shots. Actually, yeah, no, the skeleton's literally trying to give me back shots, like quite literally.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night, I can feel my leg. And my arm. Even my fingers. The
Rude.
body I've lost. The comrades I've lost. Won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. You feel it, too, don't you? I'm gonna make them give back our past. Hash.
Hash. Unfrog. Unfrog. Back to first base. Oh my god, I made it home. I am okay. We survived! Yippee! Didn't know the skeletons had I assume this meant to be bodily fluids. They fucking do now. Hash. No, I need to draw something real quick. Oh no, you've been inspired. I'm scared. I'm scared. Why have you been inspired by barcodes? A 4-pack of muffins! Muffins are really good. Reckon I would pass for a pack of Oreos? Definitely. I was gonna say that I think you would be a pack of Oreos. When I write bottle and not bodily, it's okay, I knew what you meant. You're all good. I picked up what you were putting down. For real, on Frogothy. Oh, wait. On Frogothy, yeah. That's his full legal name. Get wholesomely Vaporeon. Wholesome Vaporeon. I love wholesome Vaporeon.
To the alt-right trolls still lurking this sub.
Oh.
Never, ever target Chonga Wrath again or you will suffer the consequences the likes of which few throughout history have ever suffered before.
Real.
We are no longer a subreddit that will stand for your demanded brigading. Be cautious.
Very, very real. Sable is liberal with that mod hammer. So there would be consequences. You've been debated. Debated. Only part of the fielding group, which includes many friendly and affectionate species, but Vaporeon are also a great size for cuddling. Vaporeons would make a good cuddle buddy. I give the Vaporeon a pat and a little kiss on their little forehead, like I do with my cats. High base HP and access to moves like Acid Armor make them incredibly resilient, meaning they can handle all the love and care you give them. Don't call me a liberal! Hello, Daniel. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. No, 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 no! Anyway. Sugarcane farm! Yippee! My fucking god. There's a hole in the ground. Get bred! Get breeded! Why can't I breed? Chat, why are they not breeding? It has been well and truly over 10 minutes. Why are they not fucking? Your favorite Pokemon is Toxtricity? Toxtricity is very cool. He played guitar. Little kiss would slip off and make you make a funny face. Should lay on their head because they slippery. It's okay. I would still kiss the slippery baby. I would just do it carefully. I think I've got some more fences left over somewhere. I just am not 100% sure on where I've got them. From here? Oh, I thought I had spares.
Have
Maybe
you
I
heard of the
trashed
popular
them.
hit game Among Us?
Among
It's
Us!
a really cool game where 1 to 3 imposters try to kill off the crewmates, while the crew has to finish their tasks or vote off the imposters to win. It's $5 on Steam and other consoles, but it is free on App Store and Google Play.
Wait, it costs money on Steam? Did it always cost money on Steam? I swear when I first played it, it was free. Am I tripping ballies? Tripping testes? Is the stream lagging? What? I swear to God, if the stream lags now that I've turned shaders off, I'm gonna punch my internet router. Hey, when I watch a stream, there's an ad, the ad stops and then pause stream to catch up and then plays another ad? Oh my God. That's evil. Twitch, get your shit together. Doing a lot of Minecraft work still? Hell yeah. What exactly are you doing in Minecraft at the moment? Are you looking for a server hosting site to test mods? Yo! We love modded Minecraft. I don't know what to do with this chunk of sponge. I'm gonna put it in there. It's organic material, right? That's an organic material if I ever saw one. Okay. Got my dirt to fix this hole. I don't think that's gonna be enough fences to fix what got broken. But it's a start! At least! It didn't get the gate, did it? It didn't. I'm also very happy that it didn't get the crops. That would have made me real mad. Okay, I'm gonna make some more bread. Not with all of it, because I need it for the moo-moos. I'm gonna make a bit. Because I needs to eat! Stream isn't lagging anymore, right? I'll cry. On frog. How do I make that specific fence that I have? I'm gonna picket fence. Yeah, it's that one. Except it's oak. Hello, where the fuck is the oak? You would expect it to be at the very beginning! Why is it not? Where's the maple one first? Oak. That one. Planks, logs, stick. I don't have any logs there. There might be some in
Hey
the
chat,
chest.
did you know wrong is
There it
valid? Her
is.
luck is absolutely that bad, and she has needed to use Mr. Bones many more times than she will admit that she's used him to save her.
Me and Mr. Bones are homies. Homies with benefits. The benefit being that he saves me from death in Balatro. But yes, my luck is shit. Thank you for recognizing that. Wow. Android is free? That's crazy. You can play it for free on mobile, but now it costs money on Steam. Did you know it was historically impossible for Abraham Lincoln to send a fax to a samurai asking for aid or historically? Yeah? To a samurai? That's pretty fucking cool. See, stuff like that with history is very interesting, because, like, I feel like we don't realize what things, like, happened at the same time and, like, what time frame things actually happened in. Like, one of the facts that I've heard is something about, the fall of Rome being further from... It's had something to do with, like, Rome, the pyramids, and, like, modern day. Oh, actually no, I think it was that mammoths still existed while the pyramids were being built. And I was like, what the fuck? Because for some reason in my mind, like, humans and mammoths don't exist at the same time, which I know is false. I've watched Ice Age, which is obviously a good historical source. But, like, that was just crazy to me. I was like, on Frog? Mod pack runs 120 FPS with 200 mods pretty consistently. Fixing the compacting mods and specializing and finishing off the sci-fi themes. That sounds fucking cool. I'm not a huge sci-fi fan, but like, I'd be willing to give it a try. Once I finish with Gaycraft, that is. Because like, look at all these motherfucking quests that I gotta do. Look at all these fucking quests. Working to see if can not use waystones and something like Stargate portals and wormholes. Wormholes would be super cool. On Frog. On Frog. Like on God, but it's on Frog. I have a whole emote for it. On Frog. Star Wars was in theaters when the guillotine was still being used. That's another one that I've heard, which is whack. Is a frog on a god? Like, you know... Miko, I don't know if you're fucking with me, but I'm gonna explain it anyway. You know, like, the phrase on God, like, you, like... What does on God mean? Can someone help me out? It means, like, real. Like, on God. Like, it's real. Like,
It's
on
like,
God.
It's like swearing something on your mother, but it's like your
Yeah, like, dead ass. Like, yeah, like, dead ass. You, not that you meant the emoji. It's me on a frog. On frog. It's me on a frog.
Maybe bro was just
on frog. Is she gonna tell me dragons and donkeys can't have babies together? I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this, Jobs. Dragons aren't real.
Dragons could be real. Like dinosaurs.
Do you think they would have found, like, the bones by now?
You know unicorns are, like, one of the mythical creatures that are, like, most likely to have existed. Like, you have, like,
Yeah, we got rhinos, and we got fucking narwhals, the whales with unicorn horns.
But men kept killing them to use their horns for something.
That would check out, honestly. What about the Komodo dragon? Are they not real? 1969, a man was put on the moon, and in 1970, we finally put wheels on a suitcase! Fuck, we went to the moon before we thought of putting wheels on a suitcase. That's so stupid. That is so dumb. I have seen a Komodo dragon. I love Komodo dragons. I think they're cool as shit. Checkmate! You love Sable's riding and men on frog. On frog. So you're a god is what you're telling me? Yeah, I am now. Just this orange cat is god. Dinosaurs are a cover-up to hide the ancient remains of dragons? I'd believe it. You're assuming archaeologists can actually identify shit? Yeah, you right. You right.
Dragons could have existed. Doesn't mean that they breathe fire.
True that. I mean, it's just gotta be a lizard with wings, right?
There are lizards with wings.
Exactly. Dragons.
Pterodactyls.
Melanin forces you to say What does that actually mean, Daniel? I've heard people say it, but I don't know what it refers to. Like, I know it's the same meaning as on God. Also, another question. Can white people say it? Like, I stopped myself from saying it because I don't know, but... Now, how many times archaeologists get shit wrong? I mean, how are they supposed to know, really? Like... There's... With a short... It didn't work. I traveled all the way to that biome. and it didn't fucking register. I freaking said comes from Jehovah. Oh, okay. I did not know that. We learned something new today. It's okay. It's okay. I don't have to walk that far again. I think it's this one. Oh yeah. Upload whenever you get the chance, I guess. I'm so annoyed. Also, can we turn off the layering for a second? Is it because I didn't go to the fucking center of the damn... This game wants me to cry, I can feel it.
There's an hour
There's an hour?
counter on my game. I played this game for 700 hours.
700 hours? Royd. Royd playing Roblox for 700 hours. You're officially a Roblox kid. Hey look guys, it's Seabat. Used to be JHW, Old Hebrew was only consonants. You guys are full of interesting facts. How do y'all just, like, know this? You just be knowing things. Because they're all autistic. Thank you, Henry, for your input. I have a weird one. Hit me. Hit me with it. Oh, that's a rhino. I was like, that's a funny looking rock. It didn't attack me though. I kind of expected it to be hostile, but I don't think they are. Because real life rhinoceroses? Either one. Plural of rhinoceros. They're aggressive as fuck. I thought this was supposed to be realistic. Hello, Crowbat! How you doing? I hope you're doing good today. I don't think there's a serious racial connotation with Onja, it's just religious. You hand me the pass? Thank you. You know, I've only ever heard it from, you know, melanized people. So I was like, I'm not sure. So I had to make sure, I had to double check. But I'd be saying on frog instead. We got frogs. Old Hebrew was a basic language, no vowels and no spaces.
The writing team for Futurama is extremely overqualified. Between them they have 3 PhDs, 7 master's degrees and 50 years at Harvard. Other TV writing teams can bite Futurama's shiny metal ass.
Shit, that is a lot of university qualifications to write Futurama. Like, were they all qualifications in, like, filmmaking and stuff like that? Or were some of them, like, not even related to film writing and making? There's a Greek sword called Kopis. I call it Cockpiss! Welcome in, Pancake. How you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Anyone want to get VOD? Any takers? Maya's offering. For free? Futurama makes a lot of scientific jokes. That is fair. Maybe there were, like, science PhDs. Yeah. Masters in science and stuff like that. Or space and shit. Get emote only. Now, Maya, now you'll never know if people actually want to get bored. Because now they can't answer you. What does that series, that very specific series of emojis mean? Should check Discord? I will. Am I gonna be scared? $24 pack of Monster Energy. Nice. I'm passing away. Nice. You should. I don't know how well it would go over with YouTube Shorts, but it would be funny to see an animated short of that. I won't lie. Especially that I love that fucking style, that really simple style that you've drawn them in. It's so cute. And it so perfectly conveys the emotion as well, like a nice with the eyebrows. It totally would. That's your brain rot style. I fucking love it. I take Gum's emoji as a yes. Poor Gum. What did Gum do to deserve this? I didn't think the emoji only chat ignored VIPs, but apparently it does. I thought it was only mods. PhD in applied math and a master's in electrical engineering, inorganic chemistry, and computer science. The more you know. VIP ignores everything? Fair. What's wrong with you? Yeah, that's like the third time you've mentioned it today, Maya. Everything gets ignored when VIP. Don't you abuse it, Maya. It only ruined your shot at getting bored. It's okay, you can tell Maya now. She's all ears. Or all eyes. Bloody hell in British or Aussie. Ah, is that what that means? We were easily the most overeducated cartoon writers in history. That's so funny. Like, people going to university for literal years, and then they're like, wait, we're gonna make a cartoon. And then they make bank off the fucking cartoon. Couldn't use emotes in emote only chat? No! You were stuck to my emotes? Are you saying my emotes are bad, Gum? I'll delete my channel. Come here, sugar tits, things white guys say. Not the things white guys say. Don't be calling me that. What, did you use a gun emote? Fair. You know what? Fair. An absolutely valid response to who wants to get bored. Ew, brother, ew. Vor emote, no. Absolutely not. I don't think that would even be allowed. I think Twitch would be like, ban hammer. What is that? Oh my god! Is that some man titties? Love some mooba. Laser nips. Love me some laser nips. Well, why we've gone to the moon. We've explored space. Why can't I have laser nipples yet? Why can't I turn my boobs into actual weapons? Science explain. Tiddy. Twitch doesn't like twerking. Wait, Twitch doesn't like twerking? Like, wait, twerking emotes are like a no-go? I swear I've seen so many. Don't take my twerking emotes away from me, please. dude's model actually has laser nipples. I fucking love that. That's so creative. Laser nips! Because 4 doesn't have to be NSFW. Yeah, but twerking is just shaking your ass a bit. Fucking worked this time. I'm a piss. Okay, well, since I'm out here, what is the next one? Nature's Spirit Tundra, Cherry Grove, Lavender Meadow. Go Cherry Grove, because I think that's next. 4,000! No, actually, we're not doing that. Suck my ass for 4,000. L. Wait, was it? I think it was Lavender Meadow. Pretty sure. That is also seeming to go very high. Why is everything so far away? Stop! Okay, we'll try Tundra. Specifically Nature's Spirit Tundra. Please be closer. Please. Okay, that's a little better. Still not great, but it's better. Suck my ass for 4,000. I say that a lot. Oh, hold on. No. Before everything fucking spawns in. Let me fucking sleep. Let me sleep. Laser nipples are how he greets raiders. I fucking love that. That's amazing. I can't. Okay, there we go. It's on me. It's on me. We're all good.
If I hooked up with someone who could read Braille, I wonder if my body would speak to them.
What, through the barcode? Yes. Didn't expect this conversation so early in the morning. There's a lot of... I'm heading in the complete fucking wrong direction. Like, so far off base. Also, why is it... No? Okay. It wigged out. I didn't think I was heading in the wrong direction. What happened? It just all of a sudden was like, actually go that way. Twitch doesn't even know all its rules. Yeah, no, Twitch is real bad with it. Don't care who Amazon sends, I'm not losing my account. And they'll like make a statement on like a clarifying statement on rules that they have, and then backtrack on it like a few days later. And I'm like, how do you expect anyone to know what the fuck is going on if you keep doing shit like that? Talia, I don't even know what I did. I'm literally just a girl. I'm literally just a girl. Swampy green water. Forgot what I was doing. I'm sorry, I distracted you. The Ranger provide distraction. You imagine swimming in that swampy water, Sable? Yummy. I bet it's slimy. It has all sorts of shit like that touch your legs as you're walking through it. The barcode joke at 8:30 in the morning is wild. Hey, Sable can take the blame for that one. I'm just picking up what he's putting down. Picking up what he's putting down. Don't you fucking uwu face me. Actually, technically, yeah, Jorbs started that. Oh, Uwu to the grave! She Uwu on my iwi till I owo. New emote guys, iwi. I truly just be saying whatever the fuck comes in my brain first. My brain's like, yes, say that. What's an iwi? We'll never know. What emotion is that conveying? No idea. Ow. That's a lot of damage. It's actually not that bad. Gold kinda ass, right? Like, I could be wrong, but I feel like gold kinda ass. Conveying the emotion of bah! Put that in there. Put my... Actually, I'll keep one water bucket here. Keep the rest in there.
I hope they have like fitting rooms in sex shops so we can try out if the product fits Corgi Derp.
Fits where? I always think that's super hygienic. Oh, sorry, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Thank you for streaking, Pancake. Streaking all through the stream. I'm gonna put that in there so I don't get rid of it. Put that in there. Put the coin in there. Oh yeah, don't fucking put the coins together or anything. Why is that giving... I'll piss. Put the shears in there as well, because I don't really ever need them. Okay. And then this is just gonna be dump backpack. Is there another one? No, just that one. Onwards to Tundra. That is lava. It's okay, I jumped over it. It fits in! You can't do that! You can't do that! That's not allowed! What about other people that want to use the dildo? They don't want your pussy juices. Is this not Tundra right here? Nope, it's Tiger. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Here we go. It's okay, I don't think it has a baby. I think I'm safe. Oh, give me that. Yeah, boy. Look at me, avoiding the sinky snow. Powdered snow. Powder? Arcane reference? Oh, whoa? I have brain rot. Almost there. Not gonna find the rest of the biomes for that advancement, I don't think. Task completed. Oh, this is the
Powdered
Tundra.
snow? You mean it's not just cold coke?
Cold coke! Yeah, it's actually just blocks of cocaine. Just on the ground. That's how you make bank in Minecraft. That's the secret, like, infinite emeralds glitch, is you sell blocks of coke to the villagers. Yummy. I guess I start heading home. Which is back... Oh, wait. No, hold on. I think... Yeah, that's home there. Homewoods. Yellow coke. Please do not the drug. Drugs are bad, kids. Do not the drug. Please do not the drug, chat. Only drug in Minecraft. Drugging in Minecraft is okay. Where are the rocks on the ice? How'd they get there? Hawaiian Punch has so much sugar that it basically never gets cold? What? What is Hawaiian Punch? Is it like pineapple? Sounds yummy, whatever it is. Puppy. I don't think I have any ancient bones, so I can't take the puppy home. Big Sag. Oh, the forest is on fire. Sorry, I was too hot for the forest. Just my pure sexiness in this forest just set it alight. What the fuck? What is this reticle? Why is it a circle? Only potions, not drugs. What are potions if not drugs in bottles? Again, yeah, sorry, I don't mean to. Brand of fruit flavored drink? Sounds delicious. Give me 10. Medicine. Some people call medicine drugs. Like, Henry calls, like, ibuprofen and Panadol drugs. He'll be like, I need drugs, and he's talking about over-the-counter painkillers. Painkillers you can literally get at the shopping center. Medicine. Damn, that was a big yawn. So call it the pharmacy or chemist. Yeah, the drugstore. We call it the chemist. The chemist, if you will. Veg. Schleebj. On we go. And then I think when I get back, I think I might wrap it up there. Perhaps. Ow. That is right in my ear hole. It's been almost 5 hours. I think it's a good time to wrap the fuck up. And go the fuck to bed. Need some drugs some days. Pain sucks. Yeah. Definition of a drug is anything that alters your physiology that's not food or water. So medicine can be drug. Medicine is drug. Therefore potion drug. Clothes are drugs. 5! Can't even count that high. I know it's a big number. It's a chunky number. I can't run. I'm out of food. Wait, I have a crafting table and I've got wheat. We good. We Gucci. Perfect. Easy. This is why you carry a crafting table everywhere. Just in case you need to make a bread so that you can run. Are those frogs? I think they're frogs. Oh, there's a crab. I see frogs on the mini-map. Forgs! Where are they? I see them. Oh, they swimming! Oh, they swim! I must hold. I'm getting, like, stuck in the mud or something. Let me out! I want to hold the frog. 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 I let him stay here though. I will gain frogs eventually. But today is not that day because I don't want it to take even longer for me to walk all the way back. By carrying frog. Forg. Love the forg. Hold the forg. Pet the forg. Did I just catch stream at at not 8 AM? I mean, 8 AM's really early in the morning, which is unfortunate because, yeah, I gets to sleep, you know? I've always considered, because my sleeping pattern always seems to, like, slide into the, like, AMs all the time, whether I should just stream, like, in the middle of the night, but then people that have been here for ages won't be able to make it, and Sable won't be able to make it because he'll be sleep-gen. So I can't do that. Frog will eat me? No, he won't. Frog is friend. Frog is friend, not predator. So yeah, unfortunately I have to keep my streams at the same time that they are, because I can't do early morning streams. That's completely off the table, because unless I'm staying up until early morning, that ain't happening. Because the time I do my streams is 8 PM my time to, like, 12 AM or 1 AM. So yeah, it's just kinda ass. Time zone's kinda ass. I don't want to leave any of this behind, because I need, like, so much. There was another one down. I think it'll be okay if I miss those little ones over there. Get that as well. It's okay, there's a waterfall. I don't have to break a block. Break a block while swamming. Breaking a block while swamming? Painful. Big pain. Make me big shitty. We don't want to miss those ones. Sploosh. Yeah. No! Okay. I think that's plenty, and I'm pretty sure... Oh, I thought I had another stack of sugarcane sitting around. Apparently not. It's fine. I'm just gonna take all this. Apparently if you need sugarcane in Gaycraft, you go to a marsh, and there will be like 5 bajillion. Who needs sugarcane farms when there is marsh? Because holy shit, it's everywhere. Thank you for the hydrate, and thank you for the beepist, Talia. I mixed up with the vocals from the with a song from Fire Emblem. Fuck yeah. I've only played one of the Fire Emblem games, I think. But I did like it. But I really like the Down by the River, Baldur's Gate song. I like no-lifed when I got Baldur's Gate for like a solid 2 weeks. I was doing nothing except eating, sleeping, shitting, and playing Baldur's Gate. I was addicted. Thank you for giving Tub a pet. Where's my pets? Can I have pets too, maybe, please? I deserve them, I think. I just like be here talking and Minecrafting and like entertaining and stuff. Do I get pets too? Stardew Valley again? It's that time of year. I fucking love Stardew Valley. I still need to finish my JoJo run, which I started on stream ages ago, but stopped doing it because I felt like people were getting bored. But I've reached that point of my streaming where I'm like, I kind of just want to stream what I want to stream. Hence why I've been doing so much Minecraft, because I want to play this fucking mod pack. And y'all are gonna sit here and watch me play the mod pack. Or, you know, or not. Or you could just, like, you know, go watch another streamer. But, like, Orange Cat. Cute Orange Kibty. Cute Orange Kibty go wiggle wiggle on screen. And Snorlack on screen. Say your messages. Joja, yeah, because to 100% you need to do a Joja run as well. It's the Ribbits! Is this the town that I've been in before? I don't think it is, actually. No, it's not. Y'all think they have any fucking books? Y'all got any bookshelves for me to steal? Crab. I think this is the fishing house. Pretty sure there's like a library or something? Or an alchemist, an enchantress or something. There's definitely someone in here that's gonna have books. I know it. I know it. Is it you? Look at the cute little balcony! Oh, that's so cute. I won't steal they shit just yet. I'll come back and do that at some point. The only thing I'm looking to steal is some bookshelf. Ah, they playing music together. I love them. I love them when they play their music. They're so cute. I feel like it'll be one of these like big tall ones, right? Is that cake? Fuck yeah! Give me some cake. I broke it, and it didn't give me the cake. I just wanted some cake. That's a lot of amethyst. Google Fire Emblem women at the risk of your drooling? Let me have a quick look. Let me have a quick squiz, if you will. Guess I'll never 100% the game. Like having Pierre's shop on Wednesday too much. Fair. Honestly, fair. Fire Emblem women. Oh my god, Mother? Mother? I don't know who that is, but Mother? I love them. They're so cute. They're so pretty. They got some banger fucking designs. Queens. Okay, I don't think I'm finding books. Oh, it's nighttime. Sorry, I'm gonna steal one of your beds real quick. I need to watch. You want a prime example of Fire Emblem women being pretty? Camilla from Fire Emblem Fates. Fire Emblem Fates. Oh my god! I love her armor. Her armor design slays so hard, and she's got an axe. Slay me with that axe, mummy. And the purple hair, I love the purple hair. Fuck yes. Respawn point set. Okay, back home. Back home. Ugh. They play music again. So heckin' sleep, G. Why is there so many alligators here? No pants, because fuck pants, exactly. Who needs fucking pants, bruh? Pants aren't comfy. Let's go. To home. To home. I so sleepy, guys. I've been trying to fix my sleeping pattern so that I can go to bed at a normal time, and maybe tonight is finally the fucking night. Where I'll be able to go to sleep at like 2 AM and actually fucking sleep. Leg prisons, exactly. Exactly, they suck. That's why I like wearing dresses. Because then I don't have leg prisons. Yeah, I am. I'm just making it back to home first. So that I can start from the house when I stream next. Would have liked to have gotten the enchantment table done, but it's taken a long ass time. I don't think I realized how long making an enchantment table takes. So you can sleep! I'm almost there! I'm almost there. You can go to sleep, Jorbs. It's okay. I doubt you will miss anything too important in the last, like, I want to say 10 minutes. Because I'm literally gonna get back to the house, save, and raid out. That's how the next... That's how the end of stream is playing out. Come on, run. Run. Because I need to go, like, vegetate and then sleep. But vegetate first. I feel like boat is faster than running. I could be tripping though. But like, look, I zoom on the boat! And I don't have to parkour over things. I can just sit back and fucking boat. Oh my god, Zay! Hello, 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 Raiders! Welcome in, hello! How was stream? Please let me know. What did you guys play? What did you guys get up to? You're playing Marvel Rivals? How did you enjoy it? Did you get any wins? For anyone that doesn't know me, hello, my name is Rangarath. I go by Ranga, everyone calls me Ranga. I'm just a little silly orange cat girl that likes playing games. I'm not very good at them, but I like playing them. And lately it's been Minecraft. Adds to no! They just started as well. They just started. This is so sad. You're back from the ad voice. Stream is going well. I am playing Gaycraft, which is a mod pack made by the wonderful Sable Q. And it includes lots of quests. Heckin' quest trees everywhere. I love it. I love having, like, goals to reach, to, like, move through quests and stuff. It's great. I love it. It's amazing. And there's collections too. Happens to people jumping into your stream too. Yeah, I have got a feature. Seribot has a thing that I've now got it doing, that if a raid comes in before the ads start running, it will snooze the ads for me. So it is so incredibly unfortunate that you're like raided in as soon as like, I think the ads had literally just started. But yeah, if you go to Seribot's like Twitch page, it'll talk you through all that stuff. It's really good. I found it the other day. It was great. Also, yeah, that's a really good idea, Jorbs. Is it just Sable or is it Sable Q? I'm pretty sure it's Sable. Yeah, there we go. So I am playing a quest pack. I hope all the raiders are back from ads now. My bot has told me that is so. Welcome in. Hello, my name is Rangarath. I usually go by Ranga. I'm just a silly little orange cat girl that likes playing games. I'm not very good at them, but I enjoy playing them. And lately it's been Minecraft, playing specifically a mod pack made by the wonderful SableQ, who is my best friend, mod, and also fellow streamer. You should go and follow him. He's also got some wonderful fucking vibes. But this mod pack has a bunch of quest lines. So instead of just mindlessly playing Minecraft and, you know, aiming to just go to the end and beat the Ender Dragon, there's a bunch of quests that you can do as well, where you discover other things that have been modded in, like you can catch bugs, there's different foods, there's all sorts of shit. And there's also collections. There's a bunch of hats you can collect, which I think is really fun, and plushies. And nightlights too. Look how cute they are! But I've endeavored to complete every quest and collection in this mod pack. That is my little series now. Shut your mouth, shut your mouth. How about that? This is my stream, you can't tell me to shut my mouth. Exactly, quest hand holding is so nice. I love it. Because I've never actually beaten Minecraft properly. Because there's not any direction to Minecraft, in my opinion. I know a lot of people are like, they know what to do and stuff like that, but I've always struggled with it because I have no direction. I never knew what to do. I didn't know where to start. So the quest line gave me a good place to start from, and like a good, like, linear way to go through the game. Beats Minecraft for the first time modded? It's what it's gonna be. Will I ever play vanilla? Probably not. Will I ever, like, beat the game in vanilla Minecraft? Unlikely, honestly. I'll just say that I beat Minecraft by playing this modded world. But this stream particularly, I was working on the mining quests and also making an enchanting table. Which making an enchanting table with a bunch of bookcases is taking me a lot longer than I thought it was going to. So that is not getting finished this stream because it is 1 AM in the morning and I am so sleepy. Yes, Nicey, I did in fact draw a penis. For anyone that came in with the raid that is under the age of 18, this is probably not the best place to be because I am... Yeah. I'm a little bit cursed. Just a teensy-weensy bit. Just a little tiny bit. And definitely not family friendly. Pinor! Yes, there is a pinor on my ground. Made with chalk. Just to be a pain. Why aren't the hats lights and whatnot in a color order? Chorbs, eat butt cheeks. Would have if it was easy, yeah, exactly. Sable spent so much time on this mod pack, and that's why we love. That's why we love, for real, on Frog. But yeah, most of the stream has honestly been me waiting for this sugarcane to grow, and waiting for my cows to allow me to breed them again. This is the breeding hole. The cow breeding hole, specifically. Actually, no, you know what? It's just gonna be the breeding hole. If ever I need to, like, spawn in a bunch of other mobs, this is where they're going. It was made by a creeper that blew me up. And it's the perfect size. It's great. What better thing to use it for? No direction to actually beat the game. Exactly. Speaking of, you have to be up in 6 hours, so you have to raid and run. Yes, if anyone needs to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Especially because I'm about to raid out as well. Because I have been going for 5 hours, and I am tired. I am sleepy. Because she likes dick. What? Who said that? I mean, I do. You're not wrong. Pinar is pretty good. No, you can spend 5 hours making a sugarcane farm so you can obtain enough sugarcane from bookshelves and then never use them again. Yeah, see, I think that's what Empiric said earlier. He was like, you know, you could just make like a, you know, redstone automatic sugarcane farm. And I'm like, why the fuck would I do that? Why would I spend time doing that just for some sugarcane? Ain't no way. Oh, SCP, oh no. Oh no. I get the feeling that, you may live in a time zone where it has just become morning for you. Have a good night too, Nicey. Thank you so much for hanging out for a bit. I appreciate you. Rolling on in. SCP roll. I'm so sorry. It's unfortunate, but I do need to sleep. I know, it sucks booty cheeks. Time zones suck. But I have been streaming at the same time for so long that I fear if I changed it up, there would be so many people that couldn't make it anymore. And I would have an entirely new audience. Because I would lose all my Australian audience. Because I'm already streaming, like, pretty late in terms of Australian times. And I have to have a whole new audience, so that's scary. And then my bestest mod, Sable, wouldn't be able to make it to my streams. And that would make me so fucking sad. And also make me feel incredibly unprotected. So I'm rolling out, I'm sorry, SCP. You gotta try and make it earlier, but I know that if you're in a time zone where you've just woken up, like, you can't do that. And that is okay. It's just the way it is, unfortunately. The only other option would be for me to stream earlier on in my day, but because my sleep schedule usually is me waking up late in the afternoon, it just doesn't work. Like, I can't stream at morning my time because I'm never awake. And when I do try to be awake at that time, my entire body fucking hates it. Like, I usually end up with a stomach ache. Because my body's like, why are we awake? Why are we not fucking sleeping right now? So I just gotta do what works for my body, you know? Alright, let's see who's live. Let's see who's live. Oh, Ryan's live. Ryan's live. That's the only name I see. I see Ryan was taken, and that's it. That's all I need to see. I'm sorry. I'm also big sad that you come in at the end of stream, because it makes me feel really guilty. And I know it shouldn't, because there's not really much I can do about it, but it does. It makes me feel sad when people can't make it. And, like, they try to make it, and then I end, or I'm, like, not streaming for some reason, or I end early because I'm tired. I mean, this is not me ending early. This is me ending at, like, a relatively normal time. Actually, later than I usually would. Usually 4 hours is, like, my limit. But I was working on my enchantment table, so I was doing shit. I was doing shit. Alright, anyone that isn't already in the Discord, please feel free to jump in. Jump in, say hi, or don't. You don't have to. It's just a good place to be if you want updates on my streams, when I'm streaming, what time I'm streaming. I mean, it's the same schedule every week, but just in case I need to give stream a miss for whatever reason, Discord is the best place to know whether there's not going to be a stream or not. But usually there is. You did amazing, you did amazing. I did amazing because you guys are here. That's why I did amazing. I'm proud of you. Shut up. I'll beat you up. Love you. I love you too. I love all you guys, and I appreciate all of y'all's support. Choke on a chode. Yep, support like that. Exactly like that. I love having all your support, and you guys just sitting here listening to me yap, watching me do shit, listening to my stupid jokes. It brings me joy. And I hope you all have a wonderful night or day wherever you are. And I will see you guys again on Monday. For probably more Gaycraft, let's be real. But we'll see. We'll see. All right. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.